when last we left the party, through sheer determination and convenient luck, the group, at least Garnet, Lorelei, and Soren and Elias, were able to reconvene with Arias in the woods close to the Librarium's outer walls and tent town. Upon which the party had returned to the more than humble lodgings of the Friendly Arm Inn and picked up the now recovered from a particular magical item's effects, curse, whisper, and collectively there was a sigh of relief of being reunited, albeit a certain tension hung over the air. Said tension seems to have pivoted when Arias was summoned to speak with the proprietor, what you can only assume to be the head proprietor of the Friendly Arm Inn, too. Summoned him for a conversation, which went more or less very swimmingly. It seemed to have gone a lot simpler and a lot better than some of the party members had feared or worried it would. While they conversed, Arias accompanied by Lorelei and Soren, the other half of the party has now investigated the quest board, the now updated quest board, and after reconvening together for realsies this time, have decided upon which quest they will take forth, investigating into this growing threat and prominent presence of a bandit group that has only been known, not even by the Librarium, but to themselves, as the Green-Eyed Bandits, or just the Green Eyes. The party has henceforth then set forth to the gates of the Librarium, where they had promptly engaged a young human male working tirelessly long hours, who was more than happy to process them as the quest organizers. With their quest in hand, their position of power in place, the group has started making their way back to the Friendly Arm, only to be stopped a few minutes before reaching it by Arias, who instead proposed that they speak, someone with more privacy, for he has things that he wishes to discuss with them. And as the party members look to each other, possibly in confusion, others with concern, is where we'll pick up. You all stand, huddled to the side. Oh, how could I forget the midnight black wooden carriage and Elias's wonderful guard report that, well, who knows what happened there. But yes, you all stand on the road together. Arias has just expressed a desire to go speak in private, and all of you are now standing, looking at each other.
We don't need to go anywhere special. It's not that long, I think. Looking
Then
at
lead
the
us to
Well,
where you are comfortable speaking.
well, I would prefer speaking somewhere near instead of going to the forest again.
We have our tents. They're private enough.
All right then.
Phone's off. Or volume is down.
What volume? What? Well then, are we going to the tents then?
Are you leading us there?
No, I'm pointing like lead the way, Elias, since you uh, proposed it.
Okay.
actually, Arius, do you mind if we hold out on this for a night?
If you think it would be best, though. Well, I understand. Yes.
We'll have plenty of time to process another time, though. I have a few things that I'd like to get done tonight. I'm on a bit of a time crunch, actually.
Good enough. Then we shall speak another time. We shall continue to the friendly inn in that case.
Could I roll insight on Whisper to determine why, like, what she's trying to, why she's on time crunch, and like, why doesn't she want to? Arias is pretty frazzled, I think the word is.
Whisper, will you allow this?
Yes, I will allow this.
Can I roll one too?
Okay, I know you're a bard, but 14.
Damn. 7.
May I also roll insight?
Oh, fuck. I think I broke my rules.
Whisper, you may roll insight. You may roll. Yes, everyone may roll an insight check. Whisper, you may roll a persuasion or a deception check. Each roll will carry its own affects, as it were.
Okay. Give me a second. I broke roll 20.
You broke roll 20. You broke all of roll 20. Whatever.
It's broken.
Whatever big D&D game that happens on Tuesday nights, Western time, is just crashing and they're crying right now. Whisper, what have you done?
You
That sounds
broke
like their problem.
you broke the building in which the servers are held.
You all inside Whisper, and you hear Whisper, Death to Reality, the player, go on the mic, hey, you guys like arson? And you just hear something break and catch on fire in the background.
Hey, kids, want to see a dead body? Deception or persuade?
Choices.
9.
Huh.
Wow.
I almost cried. It's okay.
And that 2, and it's a 9. Nice.
I'm gonna let you respond to this, but if I feel it's not adequate, I will step in.
Okay. So.
If you may start off with either Arius, who has failed somehow, failed his insight check, or you can start off with Elias and Garnet, who have somehow, on a different way, somehow succeeded.
Okay. So Elias and Garnet, I'm gonna start with you two. You get the feeling that she, not relating to whatever this conversation with Arius is going to be, she actually does have other things that she feels she needs to get done. And Arius, she doesn't want to talk to you. That's your idea.
Damn. That's the problem.
Mr. DM, is your ruling of what was just said adequate for the insight checks, or?
Elias, you pick up a certain tone of distancing from this conversation, but it's not out of resentment, but like urgency. However, you do get the sense that this might have something to do with whatever. This definitely includes Arius, though not directly. And whatever this may be is more priority for Whisper at this very moment. And Arius, yeah, she might not want to talk to you specifically. There might be some resentment, or she's just, or it has nothing to do with you. You don't know. You can't tell.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Anyone wants to talk, you are always able to ask me.
Arias will just look at you like, I wanted to talk to everybody, not just you.
No, I'm just throwing it out there to the entire group. Like, if you have problems, go help.
I believe this should all be met with a condition. Are the things that people keeping from others going to affect our next mission? She be asked that as an open question to everybody in the group. But she is
I
looking more intently at Whisper.
don't think so.
My personal business is not a problem.
You did not answer the question again.
It won't affect you.
Looks at you a bit for a little bit longer, then just like turns to Arise and says, "We shall be sure to all gather to talk before we leave then."
Turnabout is fair play. Whisper, would you like to insight Garnet, or you're good?
Insight.
Garnet, will you allow this?
I will allow, but I don't know what I'm hiding here exactly.
You're being suspicious. Damn it. Reloading again.
She's the imposter, guys.
Oh no.
She's sus.
Sus.
Do I roll reception or persuasion? Above game, I'm a tad confused.
If you wish to, at that roll, you may just let it pass.
I think I'll just let it pass, mostly because I don't know what it is that I'm being incited on.
Whisper's just expressed to me a number of times where it's like, her thought patterns, but they don't speak up. So I figured that'd be a point that would pique her interest. So I just wanted to open up the floor, just in case.
Okay. Then Garnet is stone-faced and is not readable at this time.
It's nighttime, right?
It is like 10 o'clock right now. Like 9, late 9, possibly 10. No, it's past 10. Yeah, it's past 10 right now. Because by the time it took you to go there, get processed, and then come back, and you can see the friendly Armin. It's like a 3, maybe. It's like a 5-minute walk from you guys where you are right now. So also, this is a terrible place to be zoomed in on the map.
Well, guys, I think if no one's gonna say anything, I think I'm gonna get.
Yes, let us not keep you, Whisper. How about we all meet tomorrow morning in the Friendly Arm Inn?
Okay.
Of course.
And with a nod of her head from all of the responses, Garnet's going to make her own way back to the inn.
I'm going to the tents.
Lorelai is gonna follow Elias.
Going to the inn.
I'm going to pick up a tent of my own and then going to the forest, to my little grove.
Elias?
I'm not telling you. But yeah.
Well, okay, let me backtrack. I'll look to see if, Elias is following, and if and when he doesn't, I'll, like, say his name.
Yes.
If you would like. I have the space.
Sorry, for what?
If you want to sleep in my tent, strictly platonically. I don't want you to not have shelter tonight, and I don't think that the tent distribution center is open.
I remember when we arrived, they said we could grab tents from around the entrance. I'm just going to grab a tent.
I don't
Thank you.
think there's going to be anyone over there.
Well, in that case, I'll just go to sleep on my own. Then. Thank you. Well, and Alias will awkwardly walk away.
That, Lorelai will head back to her tent.
Yeah.
Is Rice
my
going back
God.
to the tavern?
No,
No, I'm confused.
I'm going to the forest.
Oh, then, Rice, I don't think it's safe to go to the woods. I could just sleep outside. You can use my tent.
I
I'm used.
think I left
I'm
something
used.
that way.
Sure. 'Cause honestly, I'm used to not sleeping on a tent. Remembers the time I slept on a branch in the middle of the night. No.
Arias, wouldn't it be easier to find whatever you were looking for in the daytime?
Fine, then I'll go with you. Though I think I'll sleep outside. Thank you. And I'll
Your
head to the
choice.
tents then.
All right. Arius rejoins a group of Elias, the very quiet Soren, Lorelei, and you guys are heading back toward the tents.
Kind of humming to himself.
In the meantime, Garnet, you say, fine, and I should go to the friendly I'm in. And you start walking, and then you realize Whisper is walking in the same direction.
She is not engaging in any conversation. She's just, her objective at this point is to go back, go to her room, maybe meditate, then sleep.
All right. Whisper. You do not know that Garnet is not engaging you, for it only has been a few seconds as you guys start walking in the same direction, albeit not exactly together.
Okay. I have things on my mind.
All right. So you maintain quietly as well, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to boost your volume because you are coming in very soft.
That's just what my voice sounds like.
No, that was even quieter. You're trying to do this on purpose.
No, that's what I sound like.
Okay. I swear she's doing this on purpose. All right.
So very.
Oh, you're a little robot-y today, Train.
Am I?
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so you two semi-awkwardly, maybe more, walk back to the friendly Armin. Garnet, you get there first. You're kind of speed walking. You're using your whole movement speed while Whisper is moving at like half speed.
Almost power walking. Power walking. I like it.
Before you stands the doors to the friendly Armin. Do you come inside?
Yes, as
Alright.
stated. Plan to go up, go to my room, go to bed.
Okay. Did you renew your check-in?
Considering all the stuff that was going on, oh yeah, she would need to do that, so she'd have to pay the additional thing before going in.
Mm-hmm. Just for the sake of brevity, it seems like you're ready just to have your character go upstairs and rest. Go ahead and subtract 1 silver from your inventory, but keep track of what you order and what you owe for in the friendly Armin.
Yeah, it's only been 24 hours over several sessions so far, so I did write down what I ordered, but damn, is it far back in the notes now?
Okay. Just if you could just have it, I would recommend you to keep it on a character sheet or on a separate doc, just so have a quick checkout when the time for the checkout does come.
Okay.
Alrighty. And yeah, Whisper, Garnet quickly kind of, you see her enter through the doors, and by the time you get to the friendly arm, do you head inside, or is there anything else you want to do outside the friendly arm in?
Do I see those guards that we heard coming this way?
Roll me a perception check.
I just have to be aware of I'd like to be aware of my surroundings. 17.
17. God damn it, I need a new fucking mouse. I'm so sick and tired of this. I keep saying it, but now I really do. Okay. 17. There we go. Jesus. Boop. Where are you at, Whisper? Where's your token? Whisper, go ahead and just drop your token outside of the friendly arm in. And actually, yes, with that 17, it's incredibly hard to miss that past the friendly arm in is a squadron of like 8 people. 5 of them are like dressed in similar outfits as Dalaran normally wears, kind of like this scale mail, chain mail, or splint mail with that brooch of the Librarium cadets, the NOL cadets, and then 3 men or women dressed in heavier, more serious equipment and clad in steel, emblazoned with like azure blue or golden highlights, and having the official city symbol of the Librarium.
I have to ask, is the guy is just frantically looking? Just that one specific person I need to know.
You can give me an insight check too while you're at it to get a read for them.
Cool. Insight. 13.
13. It looks like some of the people are upset, and one guy is just standing there trying to explain, probably for the 8th time, what he was told. You can even hear them like arguing around, and when you listen in, you hear the guy goes like, "I'm telling you, he had a ticket," and you hear one of the men in like armor go like a very large, broad-shouldered man. Like the armor on him is like massive, and it's just like, "Did he have a ticket?" Like, "Yes." "Was it citizenship?" "No, it wasn't applied." "And you listened to him about undead?" And he's just like, just defeated, just standing there, wanting to do good, but utterly defeated.
This poor man. Into the inn I go. No.
Okay. And really quick, since you stayed for the whole conversation,
Oh no.
if someone would like, they may fill Soren back in on what they have missed in DMs, or hop into stage and fill them in there. Now then, since I'm gonna roll at disadvantage, Whisper, roll me a stealth check. At advantage. I'll give you at advantage.
Please be good roll.
Natural 20. You, with that natural 20, you could see the guard look up, just defeated, kind of like groaning. Your eyes meet, and you almost habitually turn your side and pick up your hood. Do you have a hood on right now? You have a cloak on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pick up your hood and walk in, and you could feel his eyes linger on you for a second, but then you just hear them start like bickering again amongst themselves.
Okay. Cool. Just work. Cool.
All right,
Okay.
you walk into the inn. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, or are you just taking in the sights?
And where's Dalaran, Gray, and Haruki? I need to know where they are.
They are, as per usual, at their table.
Cool. Hey, look. Hmm.
However, at this point, Dawan is still standing with. Actually, how long has it been? It's been like an hour and a half. Yeah, actually. Boop. He hath returned to the table But you still notice that some of the guards are standing with the dwarves. Those same two armor-clad men. One who's this very tall, broad-shouldered, even larger than the large armor man you saw outside just a moment ago, and someone in a similar attire you saw the night before that came in with Hazuma.
Okay. To the table I go.
To the table.
To the table.
Alright, go ahead and move your token.
Boop. Up, click.
You approach the table, and as you approach, you get all three of them look to you, four counting Ragna. Dalaran's brow is furrowed. Haruki's just kind of playing with her hair, kind of like twisting it around her finger rapidly. And Gray looks up to you, flashes that smile, that half smile, half smirk that you know from him. And yeah, and he just goes to you, and he turns to the rest and like, see, I told you she should. See, I told you she would show up. Told you she'll be back.
I'd like to insight the table.
Go ahead.
14.
You're late.
Yeah. 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 Okay. What is she saying in the situation?
While you
Oh,
gather
um,
yourself, while you gather your thoughts, ow,
That hurt me too, but physically.
while you gather your thoughts, Lorelai, Elias, and Arius, and Soren, you guys are walking back to your tents. I just wanted to check in with you guys. Is there anything you guys wish to discuss with one another?
I don't think so.
Well, there's still the thing that he said last session. He said he would explain later. It's later.
Indeed. The group discussed, Whisper brought up that there is something of more timely importance that she needed to take care of, and the party has agreed to discuss it in the morning instead.
Okay. But no, I'm talking about Arias.
Yeah. The party has decided to talk about that in the morning.
Oh, okay.
I thought I explained that better in the stage. Sorry.
No worries.
You're good. You're good.
Thank you for doing
Anyway,
that, by the way,
yeah.
Lorelai. If you didn't get the point of inspiration that Dakota asked for you last game, you would get one now.
Anyway, if that's the case, then no, nothing.
Cool. Okay. So, as you guys are walking, Elias, is there anything you wish to say? Adios.
No, not say, but I would like to do another animal handling check as I'm
Go.
walking by.
It's been
For
2
the sake of
hours.
brevity,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just gonna roll it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Brevity, I'm just gonna. Come on. Snake pals forever. Oh
Okay.
my God.
Well, it wasn't a natural one. It was a 13. All right. Noted. There still doesn't seem to be much of any reaction from the little snake on your shoulder, but it doesn't seem to be getting worse.
I just feed it the bit.
What was that, Lucas?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah, you guys make your way to the tents, just walking somberly, just chatting a little bit amongst yourself. Some of you feel tired, so the conversation is being kept brief and small at best.
There is a thing I would like to do if we're gonna go to sleep. Every so often during my rest that I would still get a rest, but I would like to wake up at certain intervals to make sure Arias isn't run off.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'll cut back to you shortly. Garnet, is there anything in particular you do upon returning to your room before heading to sleep?
Not before the room, no.
Okay. In that case, Whisper, we're back to you. You stand before your table. Even Gray's smile falters for a moment when he's just like, "See, guys, I told you I told you she would come back." And he does not stutter. That was me. And you are late.
I think she had something to do. She said she was right back.
Ah, okay.
She's back.
She's back.
Hi.
Hi.
Do I come back in time?
You came back kind of in time.
Damn.
Guess who's back?
Back again. Anyway, so.
I was late twice. Shit.
Shh. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. You stand before the table of Grey Moonway, Karaki, and Dalaran, and even Gray's smile falters for a moment, just a split second, where he's like, "See, guys, I told you she'd be back. You are late."
I know. Apologies for my lateness. Friends wanted to grab the quest about as soon as possible.
Dalaran pipes up. "Oh, and which one did you end up taking then?"
Kind of looks like you see her eyes like flash over to the doors for like a split second.
Uh, okay. His eyes follow, like, dart over. He just kind of looks back and just cocks his head and goes like, "Are you taking on the bandit's quest?"
That'd be the one.
Kind of nods. "Well, best of luck to you. Those men suffered heavy losses, and they were not weak by any extent of the word. If you're going to go on that one, I'd recommend you." Kind of looks to Gray, and Gray just nods, and he just sighs a frustrated sigh. "I'd recommend you go prepared. Take care of yourself. Stay safe."
Give me a second. Of course. We do best to prepare ourselves. No. Yep, that's not the sentence. Of course, we're going to try and prepare ourselves on the morrow.
Gray still vouches for you. Actually, roll me a persuasion check real quick.
Persuasion.
I'll give you advantage because I just fucked up already, because I just slipped.
Persuasion.
19. Nice. Very good. Didn't even need the advantage. Kind of looks to Gray again. He just nods and he goes like, "Gray vouches for you still. If there's any way we can help, let us know."
She lightly smiles and she's like, "Thank you for the kind offer."
Gray's like, "I am going to go pay the tab," and just pushes the chair out of the away from the table and goes, "Whisper, are you coming with, or are you hanging out here?"
follow along. Going with him.
Okay. You two he starts walking off towards the sidebar, and you follow along. This is your opportunity to discuss anything with Gray if you wish.
Okay.
At this moment, you are welcome to step into interrogation room at any moment you wish to make this private, but you're going to have to signal that.
Okay. Uh, phone is ringing.
No, I think that was an attempt for a cricket of a.
That was a much more impressive cricket. I'm sorry, Garnet, you did a bad job.
Well, damn. Shoot. Don't fire shots when someone's muted. That's not cool.
Wow. Just wow.
Okay.
So, I'll remind you that if you can't find the particular words, feel free to just express the intent, and we will improvise from there.
Okay. I can't find the words. Trying to figure them out. So, he mentioned a situation before, and she's kind of gonna ask that if she's gonna ask if, like, when they talk, can she give, a rundown of what happened? I'm shooting in the dark right now.
A rundown of what happened when you left?
No. Points at party member.
Party member? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Points at Arius. That situation. I'm confused. I didn't learn about that.
He's not here. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost right now.
Okay.
Let's start from again. He's not at the inn.
I know that. I am hoping. I am hoping to get a rundown for whatever situation happened. That.
Gotcha. When you start trying to fish for that kind of information, Gray's just going to chuckle and just be like, let's kind of look side to side for a second and be like, let's save that conversation for later, eh?
If we must. Still.
Yeah.
Shooting in the dark.
We must. Kind of the whole point of us going for our nightly walk.
She nods.
And he purposely taps his hand against your hand.
Okay. Anything else that I want to know? Can't ask me right now.
Think about it. As you guys approach the bar, Dinnerith sits there, and Gray kind of leans in, and the bartender comes up to them, and as he leans on the bar, Dinnerith looks over and he just nods and goes, Dinnerith, and he goes, Gray. He goes getting on. He's like, you getting along all right? He's like, fucks it to you. You're just fine. And you can see a glint of a smirk and a smile underneath on her lips before she takes a swig of her mug. And he puts his key and 2 silver forward and be like, for the tab we're running. And the girl just nods, looks to you, Whisper, looks you up and down, and then just walks away. Like really briefly. It's not like she like eyes you up and down, but you can see her eyes go down and up, down and immediately up, and then goes like looks back to Gray, nods, and just steps away to the counter. There's that soft glow, that soft hum, and hands his keys back, and he just nods and smiles, and then goes back to you. He's like, "Shall we?"
Of course.
Don't drink yourself in too much of a stupor, Dinnereth. Don't fucking tell me what to do, Gray. And then, he just shakes his head, his little, like, rat tail ponytail in the back, shaking side to side. A few strands fall out, and he just puts his hands up in the air as he walks away. And before we reconnect to the party, one last time, is there anything you wish to say to him as you walk back to the tables?
Not in particular right now, no.
Alright, you reconvene at the table, and Gray just goes, well, tap's settled up. Old Gendel would have no reason to bother to get upset with us, and I'm ready for that romantic walk down the moonlit path, if you all are. And unless you protest, you guys will walk outside.
No protest from me.
You guys fuck off. Well, are you alright? You sound nervous.
Yes.
Why are you
To the
nervous?
part.
Wait, yes to the nervous part, but not yes to the are you alright?
That's what I said.
Concerning, but anyway. So, unless there's anything you wish to say or speak about, you guys will continue to walk, and you actually are walking down the main road towards the direction of the docks.
Okay. Cool. Still like to incite the mood.
You would like to incite the moon?
The mood. Mood
Oh.
of the people who are around me right now.
You may do so.
Cool.
12. There's obvious tension in the air. The moon is bright. Thank you, Arias. The moon is bright. I need to yawn.
Cool.
The moon is bright, and the tension is obvious, though it isn't super bad. You don't feel like there is, like hostility towards you. But you've spent a few conversations with people. This is probably on the more uncomfortable side. I think the best term is pensive.
Okay.
Is there anything you would like to do?
No.
Alright. So you guys walk forward and you guys keep going down the path. It's rather quiet. Gray cracks jokes every once in a while. Dallar and Haruki make small talk with the group. Haruki will bring up, a few moments about, things that she's studying. Apparently she's looking towards how to translate alchemic formulas into spellcraft in an attempt to pursue a different form of spellcasting. And this is just something that's come up and they converse about as they walk.
Okay.
Okay. Roll me a perception check really quick.
Perception. That's performance. I'm not a performer. I'm a perceiver. 15.
15. You guys walk, and you can see the roving tar not too far about. As everyone's walking, Dalaran seems to be listening very intently toward everything that Haruki is saying, but for a moment Haruki stops her conversation, kind of turns around, kind of like does a full turnaround and kind of looks back. Seeing this, Gray stops and kind of tilts his head backwards. You can see him squint, and in a flash, in a flash, kind of his eyes narrow and become focused on, a little area of past. If you follow them, you will see that they are leading toward like an area past like a very tight, bunched up group of tents. Ragna themselves, their ears perk up as he turns around and his fur bristles and he growls very slightly. It's very low, kind of guttural. And as all this happens, Gray takes a few steps forward slowly, and after like 5 or 6 steps, you actually should probably. Alright, I'm just gonna. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be rolling behind the screen because my mouse is frustrating me, so I'm just gonna be using my virtual dice roller on my phone. Oh shit! Okay, that's awful even for him. You actually, you could swear that you saw a shadow move, or at least that someone you could. If you weren't, you could swear that you saw a shadow move, and for a moment, even if for the moment that you weren't sure, like you're like, no, I'm just seeing things. You heard like the snap of a twig from that direction as something moves away. Ragna's attitude returns to normal. His ears relax, his fur relaxes too, and his posture. And Gray's like, "Come on, not much further."
Okay. Suspicious. And keep walking along with them.
All right, guys, make your way to the roving tar, and for a moment there, and then Gray turns around, and for a moment there, you think you're going to the roving tar. That thought is perturbed by when it goes like, "You guys wait right here. I'll go get ourselves some refreshments." And Gray turns around and just walks into the roving tar.
Okay. Well done. I am standing semi-awkwardly with Dalaran.
Okay, you don't follow him in. The door shuts so you can hear the raucous roars of the roving tar. The smell of booze and tobacco smoke hits you quite sharply on the senses as the door closes, and Gray is nowhere to be seen. And you guys stand there awkwardly for a few minutes until Haruki pipes up and goes, "So, Whisper, you are also a spellcaster, is that correct?"
She smiles and nods.
I'm just gonna transfer us over back to the map.
Cool. Over.
Go ahead and feel free. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and move your token over here, along with the Dal token. Well, it's like, oh, and you see her like face lights up a little bit. How are you studied? Like, how did you learn?
God.
Why are you asking me? This is your backstory.
Fuck.
How did you learn spellcraft? What kind of spellcaster are you? These are the questions that Haruki is asking you.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, she says that.
No reason to be nervous. Just think about how your character would interact, how much of their backstory they're willing to share with these people, and how your character feels about Haruki and her personality. I will let you ponder this for a moment, unless you have something you wish to say now.
So responded by saying, "Oh, well, Vince taught me about everything I know, though I strayed quite far from the wizarding side of things."
Okay, give me a second. I need to
Saying
look
the
something
hard
up.
things.
Since you brought her up. Since you brought him up.
Yep, probably.
Just need to check something. Checking my notes.
Wait a minute, does Dalaran know?
Hmm?
Have they told him yet?
No, he was away when you said that. He was, while you were talking, he was in the process of tying a rope together. In this, he was tying like this loop on a rope as Haruki was talking to you.
What? I'm confused.
He's standing as you guys were talking quietly, and he pulled out a piece of rope as Gray walked in, and he started tying a loop on it.
Okay. Well, I said the thing that I've said to her.
Okay. Remind me, all the players can say this. What rank was Relius given?
Relius. Colonel.
Colonel. Okay. Okay. And Yoshikino Hazama?
Lieutenant Captain.
That's what I thought. Okay. Alrighty. Yep. Okay. Cool. Because I found 2 notes, and I'm like, which ones did I decide to go with? Understood. And Haruki pipes up and, still, she kind of does the hand to come closer gesture.
I will do so.
Okay. She kind of ushers you to like lean your ear in.
I will do so.
And she whispers, still, is it really true that your father is Major Vincent Ananis?
There's new information everywhere. Adding this to my notes. Okay, it's in my notes now. She looks over and she kind of
Hold on.
whispers back.
Sorry, really quick. Did I say Major or did I say Commander?
You said Major.
Scratch that. It's Commander.
Cool. Looking up military ranking.
Uh-huh.
I can't spell. Okay.
Ozma's
She-
commander?
No, Hazama is Lieutenant Captain.
That's what I thought.
Man.
Who's commander?
Commander, well, you wouldn't know this as a character, but it's Commander Vincent Ananis.
What new information all over the place. Can't find it. Okay, so
Let's do that later.
Yes, let's do it. She looked back and reflected. She's like, yes, that'd be my father.
Her eyes light up in fascinations. And she just did you tell her that you are practiced in the more bardic magic and pursuits?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I will tell her as such, as I did say. I kind of strayed very far from the wizard part of things.
She looks at you when you say that and goes like with a look, like just her eyes go wide and just shakes her head like in disbelief and goes like, "Oh, can't believe you would do that. If I had a chance to study with someone so scholarly and learn magics of all different varieties, I would have never passed up that opportunity."
We both don't know how to react.
At this point, Dalaran has tied, hearing the rope, kind of perks up when she says that and kind of comes up and goes, "I'm sorry, who are we talking about?" And Haruki turns around and goes, "Oh, wow, Whisper's father." Did you don't? Do you let her continue? Yep.
I look at her and I just nod. You can send the gesture. Go ahead.
Okay. Better roll something for her. Oh, she rolled really well. She said, Whisper's father kind of stops and like you say go ahead and she looks to you and nods her head no. And then like kind of her eyes dart back and forth around people. Ah, something private. I see. Well, Whisper seems to be doesn't mind, so he kind of leans forward to Haruki and she kind of looks to you one more time.
Yeah, I do the. I'll give her the go ahead.
Okay. She leans forward and whispers in Dawn's ear what you can assume is the identity of your father, and you can see his eyes grow wide as he says that. He kind of leans back from her and looks to you and he's like, "Seriously? No lie?"
No lies.
Kind of looks at you, furrows his brow. His brow furrows as he like starts thinking. He kind of looks down to like not down or to the ground or at you. Just his gaze wavers down as his thoughts fill his head, and he just blinks a few times and goes,
Insight.
Go ahead.
Insight, where are you? I'm gonna roll a lot of these tonight. 11.
11. He's not very good at deception, so you actually beat him. The man is concerned because this information seems to have what first was surprise turned into confusion, which has turned into more pensiveness and like concern and processing.
Okay. Okay. Back to Haruki.
Okay, you turn back to Haruki.
Yeah. And she goes, and she's like, to what you said, I truly didn't think much of it.
Just not. She just shakes her head a little bit. She's like, wasted opportunity. Oh, sorry. Like, her head snaps up. She seems to have spoken without thinking.
She goes, she kind of chuckles at that, and she's like, no, it's
It's just, if I had the chance to study from an arcanist, it would be just an opportunity of a lifetime. In fact, I'm hoping to apply for that exact thing here at the library.
what is it? Quite a fascinating pursuit. I just had other things in mind.
She looks at you. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Insight. I'm rolling so many of these today. Damn it.
7. You don't get it. She just looks at you for a moment and just shrugs. And as you guys chat around, where the conversation starts lulling to an end, Gray walks out with 2 large bottles of booze.
Cool.
1 bottle of wine, 1 bottle of a dark brown liquid that you can't be sure of what is.
Cool.
Alrighty. And as you guys continue off, you move forward and you guys start walking towards the docks. And something about the area seems familiar until Daron actually leads you guys to the end of the docks. Takes out that rope that he tied in a loop, ties it around the basically, how do I put this? Damn it. The pieces of wood sticking out that you can tie ropes to, and uses it to rappel underneath the docks. You will recall that this is the location that you all went to, tracking down the people that robbed Elias, and, well, basically mugged him in your early days, earlier this week.
Okay. Well, we're kicking out the criminals, apparently.
Yes, Elias?
One.
Oh, you're roboting so bad, my dude.
Which time?
Which time? You know which time, when the 4 dudes jumped you. Yes, but the timeline-wise, is that the first time, or is Lantan the first time?
Timeline-wise, it was Lent.
Elias, you are roboting really bad. It's impossible to hear you.
It's also muted.
That's wild. I think we're just getting his phantoms.
Timeline-wise, it was Lenten. IRL timeline-wise, it was these guys.
Yeah. Anyway, while Elias is yeah, he's red barring, his connection is dipping. As you guys continue making into your way towards the caves and thinking about, the conversations that are about to come in, about your past, about your history, the things that you,
Was I kicked? Did something happen?
Yeah, I kicked you, I had to disconnect you because your phantoms were coming through. But you sound fine now. So what was the question you asked before? Which time? It was the first time in these new lands.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, so as you make your way to the familiar cavern, possibly a little surprised by the location, you start considering the questions and conversations you're about to have, the things from your past that you're willing to share, the things about yourself that you are willing to share. Just give it and we'll switch over to, let's say, Garnet. Hey, Garnet, you said you wish to meditate or do something particular before bed. You have thusly came in back to the Friendly Armin, lavished yourself up, and are now prepared to go to bed unless there's any activities you wish to undertake before said sleep.
Yes, actually, because during this time I remembered that Garnet said that after they got the contract signed for the mission, that she'd return to Dalaran. So just for sake of brevity, like to go back and confirm, yes, 15% of the mission currency plus equal say in whatever extras are. She just, quickly touch base with her to officially get her signed on.
Excellent. You said Dalaran, but I assume you mean Dinnereth, yes?
Yes, I meant Dinnereth. Dalaran,
Perfect.
Dinnereth, Arius, Arise. This entire campaign is full of how many names that are so similar?
Dalaran and Dinnereth, are they really that similar? Anyway.
I'm being defensive.
It's okay. It's okay. You come right up to her, and unless there's anything you wish to particularly discuss with her, you guys exchange tickets, and she provides you hers, and those, much like the first time, as you stamp tickets, the writing that you have just said goes onto the ticket itself. It kind of burns in and kind of bubbles forward as if this, like, metallic imprint.
Wonderful, and with that she'd bid her good night and mention that we're all meeting up in the morning, and that is when she would plan to return to the room for perhaps, if the session allows, for a brief bit of meditation before going to bed proper.
Absolutely. As you head off, Dinnereth will invite you for a drink. Will you oblige, or are you walking away?
She shall politely decline as best as she can.
Okay. And that I'll say this is when you would have said that, hey, we're meeting up in the morning, have a good night. And she looks at you and she just like scoffs a little bit. She's like, just giving those bandits more time to prepare. But very well, you're the ones in charge of this mission. My job's not how to tell you how to do your job. My job's not to tell you how to do your job. My job is to make sure that no one stops you.
Above game. Wow, that's ominous. So yeah, heading back up to the room to, I suppose, sit cross-legged upon the foot of the bed.
Ah, excellent. As you sit upon the bed, a standard mattress, you've had few better, but many worse. You sit cross-legged and you begin to breathe. What is this particular, is there a particular goal for this meditation, or are you just clearing your mind and just recentering yourself before going to bed?
There is a goal, and it pertains to the scrolls that Garnet possesses, so if she'd need to, have one with her to read before she does this, she reflects on the number of times she's meditated with the scroll knowledge in mind and about visiting the places that she has witnessed in these states. Noticed on how many times she's run up against a figurative wall when addressing the red scroll or the place of fire. This time she's going to try for Earth, the one which pertains to her Sifu.
Okay, so are you just going to meditate on it, or are you also going to read your scrolls?
Both, if that permits. Some reading
Absolutely.
And some meditation to reflect on the reading.
Absolutely. A full rest is about 7 to 9 hours, or 8 to 9 hours. For you, it's like 10:30, 11 the latest. You'll still be able to wake up. You can spend an hour doing this, so unless you would personally disagree that an hour is enough time for you to briefly browse, briefly peruse the Earth's, the scroll, and to meditate on the internal element of Earth, I'll just say it'll take an hour.
Okay, yeah, if that's the amount allocated for to also get a full rest, then that's what she'll take.
Alright, in that case, go ahead and roll me a wisdom. Not a wisdom, an insight check.
Oh, an insight, okay.
9. You have inspiration.
I do, but...
You don't have to. I'm just reminding you.
No, this is the first time she's trying this as well, so no, I'm going to hold on to that.
Very well. You read the scroll, and there is remind me, how much of this do you want private? Sorry, I'm.
You can share everything because I trust the party to handle meta knowledge.
Excellent. Are you? Was that shade, Garnet? Was that shade?
That was not intentional. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, I wasn't sure. So yeah, you read through your scrolls, and the luxuriously illustrated and fuck, what's it called? Not illumination. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, descriptions, but basically like back in the day when people would create these illustrations, but they would do it lithographs. There we go. The lithographic illustrations on it, dyed and woven in silks, depicting different forms. Unlike when you read the Scroll of Fire, the movements were sharp, but they had a follow through in these wide motions as if pulling energy with them. These are much more solidified, grounded within themselves. The motions are sharp, but the full force of impact is behind every motion with no build up. It's a little bit different from what you yourself are used to studying, and you see it and you can understand the physical expression of it, but it feels uncomfortable. You then try to meditate, and instead of trying to tap into it physically, tap into it metaphysically, spiritually, and it's just giving you difficulties. You realize you're just going to have to spend more time familiarizing yourself with this particular aspect of yourself.
Ah, damn, I thought it might have been 2 rolls, but okay, never mind.
Unfortunately not.
Alright then. No worries.
You're welcome to burn another hour.
Will there be a penalty if I burn another hour?
There very well might be.
There might be. What would you do? Okay, now you know what? She's going to burn 1 more hour.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution save at advantage.
Constitution save. There's a soft 20.
Ooh, I'm glad I gave you that advantage. You burn another hour. Roll me an insight check, unfortunately, though, at disadvantage, though.
Yep, I'm still going to hold on to that inspiration. So, insight,
10.
10 either way.
I mean,
slightly better.
That's a pass. What part of this process are you trying to focus on right now? What is Garnet's priority? The self, or the physical self, or the metaphysical self?
The metaphysical self.
Okay. Okay.
And for flavor, realizing that she was actually meditating on top of the bed that was like not necessarily correct perhaps in her mind, so she actually gets off and she sits on the floor.
Okay, damn it, you anteed exactly the flavor I was going to give. Never mind. You sit on the floor. Where in the room do you sit? Like right next to the bed, in the middle, up against the wall?
In the middle.
Okay, in the middle. You sit there and you meditate on it, and you think, and you think, and the biggest difficulty right now for you is thoughts of just today and the day before, but that's just something that's been rattling in your head this whole time. The relatively greater difficulty is isolating the thoughts of fire that you've used to focus on for the last, how many weeks and months. But eventually the thoughts clear, and before you feel this wave of tiredness, your eyelids feeling heavy, your forehead starting to swell, you don't see anything. You aren't given visions of anything, as your journey has rewarded you before. But you do hear a ring. And I didn't think you were going to do this, but let me see really quick if I can just find a sound sample of what you hear.
Okay. Because that was going to be my follow-up question of, please describe this ring.
No, I don't need the theme. I don't need the theme. I need the sounds. Hold on. I will find a way. I will fucking find a way to do this for you.
Sorry, Mr. TM.
You're fine. You're fine. This is impromptu. I didn't expect you to shift elements. This is fine. I should have been prepared. This is awesome. I'm having fun. I hope everyone is having fun.
Personally love how YouTube, like, know, like, Mr. DM, you knew exactly what flavor you were gonna give Garnet, and then Garnet knew exactly what flavor, like, the exact same flavor that.
Yeah.
I just love that.
It's like
always a good sign when DM and player are in sync with intent.
And even if they can follow up afterwards. How do I?
Can't believe you antied his joke.
Also, you ruined my joke. Ah, found it.
I wait with bated breath.
Damn it, hold on, it's becoming harder. It's not giving me the play option, it's in dialogue. Damn it, why? Hold on.
With a P, it's enough. Dash P.
Big P. Okay, cool, found it. Alright, I'm gonna be disconnecting from, I'm just gonna mute indefinite. No, I can't mute indefinite. Yeah, I can mute indefinite. Open Discord. Swipe up. Deafen. Alright, cool. So I can't hear you for the moment right now, but I'm just going to play the soundbite for you, and then we're just going to move forward. Alrighty. So you hear this ringing in your ear.
I didn't hear a ring. Oh, now I hear something maybe?
And in case that didn't come up, I'll play it one more time.
That partly came through, and the difficulty is I don't know how much of it was cut off and how much of it was intentional.
Hello.
You can just describe
Hello?
it. Hi.
Yeah, I think you might need to describe it because I heard a fraction of it that time, but then I don't know how much of that cut off was intentional and how much was in the blade.
Alright, fair enough. It's this very light chime. I tried. It's this very light chime sound. Like kind of like this glowing ring. It's like this glowing ring. Almost not like something being hit hard, but like you running something metallic over a crystal. Kind of like a singing bowl. Does that explain it a little bit better?
A wind chime?
Not quite a wind chime, but something similar to that, yeah. It's a bit more like vibraty and resounding than a wind chime, but yeah.
Okay.
Crystal?
Yeah, like a crystal.
Vibration.
Yeah, like a crystalline vibration, like a singing bowl.
Okay. I'm going to put those down in my notes.
Yeah.
In which case, Gunnar is indeed incredibly curious by all of that, because none of this makes sense, but she'll cease her concentrations and actually work towards getting some proper sleep.
Excellent. And as the wave of tiredness and what will soon be definitely exhaustion starts hitting you and starts uncalming, you lift yourself off the floor, understanding that, as always, there's still so much for you to understand and explore, both within yourself and out. and lift yourself into the bed. I don't know if Garnet takes off her shawl and clothes before resting, but takes care of the proper nightly rituals and rolls over and quickly
Like, how much detail would you want me to say?
enough that doesn't violate the Twitch terms of services.
Sure.
But yeah, no.
Garnet does not sleep in her clothes. Let's go with that.
Okay, cool. Nude. Lewd. But yeah, no. Oh, I think I found a good way to... Okay. I'll fuck around with this on the break and see if I can find and make it work. The break is coming up soon, but in the meantime, you roll over and you go to sleep. At this point, Arius, even before this point, Arius, Elias, Lorelai, and Soren, you all stand, you know, with whoever led the way. You guys come and gone enough to know exactly how, how it, you guys know the way back to your tents by now. You've been traveling this way for almost a week now, and it's been pretty much, why am I forgetting the word? Regardless, you know your way home. You know the way. And you find the way to the tent. And you guys stand in your little tent area. 4 tents strewn about. One belonging to Elias, one belonging to Lorelai. You can tell that the Lorelai one was more recently set up, as well as Soren and Whisper's tents. By the time you arrive, your neighbors and around, the lights have been snuffed out. There might be one tent with a light on, but it's a ways away.
Well, I will just sit here and sleep.
You are all welcome in my tent if you wanted. I could sleep outside, as I have offered before.
If you can sleep outside, so can I. And I will sleep outside.
I'm just picturing just like there's a perfectly fine tent, but both of us are sleeping outside out of spite.
It's like what Dakota said earlier. Like you're both holding the door open for each other, but it's out of spite. Well, not spite, but like out of like stubbornness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arias will sleep looking at the stars.
Carson, is
While
it reasonable that I have a... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it reasonable that I have a pen and quill? Well, paper, excuse me. Jeez.
Yes. I would say that you, with your background, you would have at least a few sheets of paper, like a small stack and a small inkwell.
I will start writing.
Okay. Do you light the campfire? Do you have a candle or a torch?
I want to say something.
Yes, Lorelai, please.
I have dark vision if it's worrying about light.
Okay, fair enough. It'll be might be a little bit sloppy, but yeah. Lorelai, what is it you'd like?
And I was gonna say I have a cantrip that is produce flame, and it's just in my hand, and it gives light for 10 feet.
Nice. You hear the rustling sounds, and you think first leaves, but quickly realize that no, paper. To be an academic druid and to have those two natures at odds each other when it comes to sounds like that. You turn around and you see Elias procuring a few pieces of paper from his pack, as well as a little inkwell with a quill. You light the fire, and do you approach him to cast light? I assume you approach him to cast light with your cantrip?
If I'm not already within 10 feet of him, then yeah.
Yeah. Elias, you see the paper immediately become illuminated. Oh.
What?
Train. He's dead.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You see the paper before you get illuminated by a light of a fire, not one that lit, and you turn around and you see Lorelei there standing above you, menacingly.
Oh, thank you for the light.
Of course, you don't want your eyes to go bad now, do you?
That's mighty kind.
Kinetic person to another.
Indeed.
If I may ask, what are you writing?
Oh, I am writing a letter.
Oh,
That's all you need to know.
good enough.
Soren, you are there as well if you'd like to do anything.
Huh?
If there's anything you'd like to do at the tents, you may do so now.
I guess, study, study and meditate
Okay.
among things.
Indeed, I do know monk things. Is there any, again, as with Garnet, is there anything in particular you wish to accomplish, or any particular focus you're having right now with your meditations?
I guess like calming meditations, like you know, meditations that are meant to like rein in emotions and things like that.
Okay, so you're trying to calm yourself.
Yeah.
Go ahead. The rest of you see as Soren heads into their tent and away for the night. Soren, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
All right.
Very nice. What was let loose? My throat did something weird there. What was let loose? What? What was that?
Don't worry, I'm just being a shit. I'm jealous.
What did you say? Oh. What emotions were let loose the night before, especially by the events of the night prior? And they've kind of been bubbling up here and there when the worry translating into irritation and aggravation when you found Arius, the discussions that came about it, the roundabout way that that people have been discussing the events of last night without addressing what actually happened. That pit, that dark fire that was burned like fire, dark fire, had to, burning inside your gut. You just finally in your tent, in your space, you take a deep breath in. Your chest expands and then collapses. Your chest expands and collapses again and again until you move the breath to your core and diaphragm and then focus on that. Remembering the dream you had the night before and turning away from pain and trying to detach yourself from these upsetting emotions, you separate yourself from the teachings that you rejected and now focus more on yourself, and you've calmed yourself well. You know that you will sleep well tonight.
Alrighty.
Go ahead and give me a high or low.
Low.
Alas, you will sleep well tonight, and you will get +1 on your next insight check for the next 24 hours. Not for all of them,
Sweet.
but one of them. You know what? Let's make it fun. +1d4 to your next insight check within the next day. Go ahead and write that down.
All right.
Coolio. And with that, you will meditate while Soren, Arius, and Elias, you guys stand. Oh, Soren, you rest. Lorelei, Elias, and Arius, you all stand around. And Elias, who is currently jotting down something on a piece of paper. I assume you kind of turn your back to Arius, Elias, to kind of keep it private.
Yeah, it's not so much he's hiding it totally. Specifically from Orias, not so much Lorelei.
Indeed, as if you turned your back to Lorelei, you would be casting a shadow on your paper.
Why?
I have dark. That's fine.
Yeah, but dark vision and going from illumination to dark is still jarring, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been in a classroom.
I meant more going from color to black and white, but yes, okay. This too. Does anyone else engage or say anything on this matter or anything else?
I want to sleep.
Alright, Arius, well, actually, before I go wrap you up, Lorelei, is there anything you would like to do?
Making sure that Elias is just writing in decent light. I Do I have a torch? Let me see.
I would assume you do. Also, Soren, stop talking shit in the fucking Roll20 chat.
I do, and I have a tinderbox. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use one of my torches to make a light source for Elias, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Excellent. You do that, and as you do it, you can hear the sound. You turn around, you hear rustling, and you see Arius kind of unwinding his bedroll and kind of climbing into it. Semi-distant from everyone, and you yourself place a torch by Elias, and you walk off to your tent before taking a look up to the night sky, and it seems to be fully cast over. And yeah, if there's nothing else you'd like to do, you head inside and start getting ready to sleep.
I want to sleep.
Alright, you go to sleep. Arius, you also start drifting off to sleep as Soren did. Elias, is there anything else you'd like to do, or would you like to finish your letter and also sleep?
I would like to finish my letter. And question: did I see a post office that goes out of the country in Kent Town?
I don't think anyone in this game has inquired about the nature of the post.
I don't believe so. But have I? We've been to the plot. We've been.
I will say, go ahead and roll me an invest. Yeah, this is your information, not things you've heard. So go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Nice, 14. Yeah, 14. You think back, you kind of like click your claw talon like on your chin for a moment against the scales on your chin, and yeah, you can't remember seeing anything that was a post office. In fact, you can't even remember. You can't recall really hearing anything about a post office. Not that you've asked.
Well, beans.
Baked or on toast?
I'll finish. Raw. Anyway,
Crunchy.
So Elias finishes the letter, puts it in a safe place in his plate, the A plate, and he sleep, but also keep an eye on Arias so he doesn't go off in the middle of the night. by
Oh,
himself.
all right. So you keep an ear open. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
And the armor comes off too because you don't sleep in armor because it's bad for everything.
So everyone has gone to sleep, and then you guys are all woken by the sounds of clunk.
No, he did that before. Before everyone went to sleep. But
All right, we'll leave it at that, and this is where we'll take a break.
all right, I need to refill my liter of. I'll be right back.
So weird. It's not super weird, but it's still so weird.
What's weird?
I'll get you the letter before we play, hopefully.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just send it to me sometime this week. Hi
Chad,
everyone.
how you doing?
Hi chat. Hello chat.
Do you like alliteration?
Dal, no.
Yes.
Why are you like this, Dal? Just why are you like?
I don't know. It's because I've never been truly loved in my life.
Ooh.
I
And
wanted to do a similar like ASMR type thing, and then you just said that.
I lulled everyone into a false sense of emotional security.
That's why you're a dungeon master, right?
Yeah, I guess. Whisper, you have a bunch of things ready, written up and lined up for the thing? I've been messaged.
Whisper better. She's talking about me, and I'm not there. Oh no.
Oh, Chad. So, Chad, how are you doing tonight?
Yes, in answer to Soren's question, it is why not?
I thought you were addressing the whole "you mad, bro" in the fucking Roll20.
Oh, Garnet is not mad. Garnet's player is.
I was asking Garnet's player.
You mad? You mad?
You really mad?
All right. Enough trolling. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Dakota's just playing it up for humor's sake.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So was I.
Trust me, you have not seen me mad yet.
You
Do
wouldn't
we
like me
want-
when I'm angry.
And hopefully we won't have to see any of us angry.
Hello, yes, welcome to the Librarium ASMR break show. We'll be coming at you with the most sensual voices that we can muster. And I know I mispronounced that word.
Oh no, I come back. I come.
Daddy Elias.
You have done what now?
Daddy Elias likes his milky.
No, don't go that way.
I will exit this chat if that keeps up.
Looks like we'll have to
That-
raise the age
I think out of
settings.
everyone, you're not allowed.
Train, fix your connection in the meantime while we're on break.
Man, the robot is the perfect counter to ASMR.
It really
The
is.
antithesis.
Looks like
Would you use?
Anyway, I have lemonade that I'm sipping on, and I need to go refill that.
Sweet lemonade.
Better
Me
that
too, I got
than
some-
milk.
I got some nice classic sparkling ice lemonade.
You got
Nice
milk.
sparkling ice classic lemonade.
Elias, can you go and like
Lemonade.
fist?
I prefer,
Can you go
I
and
prefer the greatest chemical.
I ran out of milk.
Elias? Can you go and like fix your router or like reset your connection? Cause oh boy, you are roboty as fuck today.
Perhaps make sure that nobody's downloading anything on your connection.
Mm-hmm.
Robot.
Ugh, lemonade. No. I prefer the classic dihydrogen monoxide.
As long as it is not milk, a gallon of milk.
Ah, yes. Milk Aid.
Oh gosh, no.
It's just a milkshake. The lemon will make
Milk
it.
is tasty, but a gallon or a liter, since
Nah, like milk with cereal powder. Now that is good. That is freaking good.
milk.
Have you guys ever had that? Where
Yeah.
like when you reach the end of a cereal box, so you end up with a bunch of powder in the milk. Oh, that is just so good. That is so good.
It is. But milk is good in general. I have nothing against milk. Just high
Milk.
quantities of milk.
Mark!
I heard something about
Nothing
milk.
wrong with some milk.
We're talking about Daddy Elias's big milky jugs that he likes to drink out of.
Oh my!
You what? I ignored that sentence after the first two words. Somebody please explain it, but normally.
No.
That's impossible.
refuse.
That's literally impossible.
Okay.
Oh, everything is possible. I just don't want to.
Oh dear, I do believe that the bird is getting flustered.
Good.
What? No, I'm not getting flustered. I was holding in a laugh. Where'd you get flustered from that?
I mean,
It could be a flustered laugh.
I've
Well,
never
it
seen a bird
wasn't.
with
I had no. Well, it
big
wasn't.
cheeks.
Are you sure?
Are you sure that
Yes,
was not
I am
unblushed?
sure. Yes, I am sure.
Press X to doubt.
X.
Thank you.
I just imagine you saying that, and then from Dakota's side, we just hear keyboard spamming like.
We hear the sound of a controller breaking as he smashes X down.
Hey, Whisper, I have some words for you.
You have words for me?
Eh, not for now, but yeah.
What are your words for me?
Can't say.
Why are you upset?
There's a lot of that going around lately.
There's a lot
Yeah,
of it.
especially from you.
I live.
Hello, Liv.
Welcome back. Also, hey Soren.
Big.
Hey Soren.
Someone said,
Alright, my internet
"Ah,
is. This dies, I'm done.
Well, it just did. Also, hey Soren.
Oh.
Shows an X.
That sounds like a lot of. That sounds like
That-
XXXX.
Nah, what it sounds like. What it sounds like. What it
Oh,
sounds
train!
like is
God, no!
SpongeBob.
Oh,
That was actually terrifying.
Am I alive?
You are now.
69.
No, what
Nice.
it sounds like? It sounds like Melee Fox gameplay. That's what that sounds like.
just fucking.
Yeah.
what is that?"
Yeah.
Hiya!
Fire! Hiya! Fire! Ah!
Is Ed nice?
Ha! Tato!
Hiya, hiya, hiya.
My la hee, my la hoo, my la ha, my la ha ha. Vresta, vresta, numa numa ye, numa numa ye. Oh shit. You're right. That's right, we're gonna get DMCA'd for my favorite song of when I was 14 years old.
It already happened because he sung
Guys,
two
we-
parts of Hellfire.
Switch to music.
Like fire, hell DMCA.
What's the song?
I have the idea of Mickey Mouse with a shotgun.
I'll turn around to Twitch. It's not my fault. I'm not to blame.
I mean, what about what you said about Mickey with the shotgun? Mickey does have a freaking sword. Well, kind of.
The
a sword.
Keyblade is a fucking axe.
Yeah, I mean,
why does a mouse
I.
a sword?
Because Kingdom Hearts exists.
Okay.
You know, at the beginning of old Disney movies with the train, Mickey Mouse and the train. Guess who's
No,
on the
that
tracks?
no, that's not a train. That's a steamboat. It's a steamboat.
Same. But
Guess who's tied to the bottom of the steamboat?
What?
Goofy, because he was fucking Minnie. Yeah, next train's internet connection.
And just like that, we shan't be getting an answer for that one either.
Womp, womp, womp.
I think Lorelai is back. I hear everyone else. Train, how are you sounding?
like typing
Is he typing?
for a while.
I'm in quotes.
Okay, you left the chat.
No, Train, come back.
Train. I can't believe we killed the train with the steamboat.
Goofy's taking a break.
I like trains, kids, nemesis. I like steamboats.
What the fuck? Steamboats. I heard skin boats, and I'm like, guys, I look at a tech issue for less than a minute, and what the fuck?
Garnet, what you said
See, the
about
shirts
I
are
like
horny.
Garnet, what you said about I like trains, just like that, you just blasphemy nostalgia because, like there's this.
Hold on,
Like,
Soren,
there's
time out.
this weird-
Hold on, Soren, time out. Train, speak.
Oh, hi. I'm alive. I'm alive.
You are.
I have all three 182 ms green bar on my voice connection. I think it's good.
Okay. Music come
Yeah,
back
that
now.
sounds pretty good.
Soren, you were saying?
When Garnet said,
Soren, go on.
when Garnet said I like trains, it just blasphemy nostalgia because I'm not sure if a show's the right way to put it, but like there's this thing I used to watch because I Love Toy Trains is basically just train models set to music, and I watched that thing for ages when I was a little kid.
Yeah, I like Train sounded familiar to me too. I couldn't remember what where from though.
I really like I like Train too. He's a pretty good night guy. I like him.
It's
All right.
SDF kids.
Whoever's fucking up his connection, go back.
I think it's actually background noise from Soren's connection because I see his thing lit up.
No, sorry. The joke I was going for was just like he's back to being not humble, so we can just disconnect him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of background sound coming from Soren as well, but it's good now. Now, let me see if I can get you that sound effect one more time.
Also, I heard I like
Okay.
trains and thought of my sister's graduation hat because she glued a train set to it.
Your sister sounds like a nerd.
She is a nerd. She went to the nerdiest school she could.
That's cool.
It's where all the smart nerds go.
How
Wear
is the
ties and
school
shit.
nerdy?
It's full of. They wear ties and shit.
I mean, you can have some idiots wearing ties. I can attest to this.
Yeah, just look at Wall Street.
Okay, I'm gonna do a
Damn.
test.
Ooh.
This is
Yep, you heard the reaction. It's bad.
Damn.
doing a test.
You're good.
Your Wi-Fi just doesn't want to work tonight.
Yeah, that's just every day ever since my power went out yesterday.
Have you tried, and I'm not being condescending, I swear, have
I
you
was just
tried
testing
plugging
before
it
I
out and
started.
plugging it back in?
I did, yes.
Okay.
But I think it's because I had this trouble on Sunday when I DM'd factions, and when I took off rhythm at the last, and it went perfectly fine the last 40 minutes. So
Fucking weird.
yeah. Also,
Factions.
yay. Uh, yeah, factions.
I'm in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Why the
Yeah,
All
I
right.
know.
Now that everyone's
get
back
to
and our
do
connection is fine, we're going to be starting in 3 minutes. Whisper, we're going to be picking up with you, so prepare.
Ah. Okay.
Soren, no, not yet.
What's happening? I'm scared.
All right, let's try this again. Garnet, Dakota, are you listening?
Yes, I am here.
Alrighty, let's try this again. Alright, I can't hear you, but everyone hush.
I heard it that time.
Beautiful.
Oh, I don't know if I meant to hear the second one, but
It's the
oh snap.
it's the thing from the horror movies. Are we?
Did that work?
Yep, I heard something that time.
That was
Yay!
a really pretty sound.
It is a very pretty sound, and that is the ring that rang in your rung.
In my mind.
In your rung.
In my head.
When you thunked.
When you thunk.
Garnet, did you watch Over the Garden Wall with us?
Nope.
Damn it, I was gonna make a joke.
I mean, you still can.
Well, remember the Lana who's in the house and it's like the ringing of the bell commands you.
Ah, yes.
That was my joke.
Okay.
If Dakota doesn't get it because he didn't watch Over the Garden Wall with us.
Well,
That is correct.
Dakota, have you watched
didn't
Over the
either.
Garden Wall?
No, I have not seen it.
Okay.
I want to,
Dakota,
I
you're
need
gonna
to.
watch Over the Garden Wall with us. I'll give you my HBO.
Good
Okay.
show.
Tight.
Let's switch it again.
Hell yeah.
Are we all here though?
Indeed, we're starting in 1 minute.
Now we are punctual. Interesting.
No, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. We'll start when I come back.
Oh my god.
I thought about it, and
Apologies, chat.
my bladder was just like. I'm like, is my bladder are you empty? And my bladder went.
Go to the toilet, Teleron.
I could be more empty.
It could be more on fire.
Let's leave this topic, please.
Okay. So about Mickey Mouse shooting people.
I'll fucking do it again. A horrible Goofy impression. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. No, yeah. It's true. I've seen him do it.
Hey guys, you. Hey Nex, you know how you could do a perfect Venom impression?
Yes.
Well, turns out one of my best RL friends can do a perfect Waspinator impression.
Waspinator.
Good wasp.
Oh, Transformers guy.
Yeah.
I've never seen him before.
Well,
Which
like,
guy? Sorry, chat. You can't see it, but it's like a wasp man.
I don't know what it is, but I hate it.
Why?
He, you know what? I'll. How about this? I'll show you guys clips of this guy after the stream.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
Maybe we.
Not
hate him.
maybe. I will.
Maybe we hate him.
I don't maybe hate him. I hate him.
He's actually a fan favorite from the show he's from.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
What?
Oh
I'm going
gosh.
to do a rhyme with maybe now. Maybe. Nothing. It's a connector. I can't do it.
Alright, yappity folks. Shall we return to the adventure?
We shall.
Excellent.
Just before, I just want to make clear that in the stream it says no more fuck.
What? It says fuck in the stream?
What?
Just below the common area it says no more and fuck hat. And the stream, the hat. is
No,
fuck
no.
hat.
No, there's a reason why.
No more fuck.
No more fuck hut.
Yeah, but it says, well, ignore it. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't know about the fuck hut.
No.
I know about the fuck hut. It is my legacy.
That's
Would have been.
However, this did remind me to take us off break. Alrighty. Alright, I got a letter. And now to shift the musics. And back we go. Whisper, you. Ah, damn it, I never responded to your fucking message. Never finished writing. There's my response. Let me know if I missed anything. If not, we shall get right back to it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I like this response.
Alrighty. You step. It's nighttime. The waves are lapping below and actually splashing on the floor. The water is cold. The caverns themselves, when you enter them, carries this humid chill in the air that seeps through your body, almost like to the bone. Despite the temperature not being cold outside, being in this cavernous underpass beneath the coast of the Librarium chills you very much. Doesn't help that as you step through these caverns, every third step is into a puddle of seawater. Dauron reaches out his hand and casts the cantrip that you can easily identify as light, illuminating kind of the shield on his side as it glows softly, watching the path. Gray himself, kind of, you see those blue wicks of fire appear once again as he lets you pass with that same kind of cocky smirk and smile, and he kind of flexes his... Do you turn around and watch him, or do you keep going?
Watch.
He flexes his hands out as all 5 fingertips of flame kind of like fan out around the entrance. A few go around him, and a few... one goes around him, one follows Haruki, and the other 3 kind of float around aimlessly, closer to the entrance. As he walks around, he's like, well, no need to wait on my account. Keep going.
She does.
Fuck you, Carl. I'm in the distance, and if my microphone can pick it up. Alright.
I don't hear Caroline in the distance.
Eventually, you guys enter the kind of opening area where you met those thugs from before. There's no one there. Except Hazama.
No one's here. No.
Just kidding.
What?
Just kidding.
What?
Betrayal.
play with my heart like that.
Betrayal. Anyway, so you stand in a cavernous room. The lights emanating from the shield of Dalron Odoreth and two little, these kind of teal blue flames kind of wicking around, almost dancing in the air.
Okay.
You stand in the center of the room. Dalron, Haruki, and Grace start rhythmically chanting. You know your doom is imminent. You have failed. Reload. The chickens come out. But yeah, no, seriously. You all stand in a room.
Okay. Check your DMs.
Okay. Is this the point you want to hop into the interrogation room?
Yes.
Alrighty. I can understand your reasonings, though I think after today's session, or at least next session, I think it's like, we'll talk about that later. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen of the stage, my fellow players at the table, please mute the stream if you guys haven't done so already, though I can't believe you wouldn't have, because that sounds like hell. And I and Whisper will be dipping away for an expedited interaction, and we'll be back shortly. Please feel free to hang out amongst yourself.
Oh, look.
Hello.
Hi.
Alrighty, let me just shift Groovy over here. One second, I'm just going to transfer over Groovy.
Cool. That scared me.
Alright, Scaredy Cat, we gotta expedite this because I don't want to leave everyone out. So, hello, chats. Welcome to the interrogation room.
No. Stop it.
Alright, I need you to speak up a little bit, and you stand in the room with Haruhi, Gray, and Dalron. What to do? It is cold. You hear the dripping sounds of water echoing in the chamber.
Okay. I don't know what to do. Kind
Why
of
not?
waiting for someone to speak.
As you stand around there, Stick is staying silent, looking for people. Gray just shrugs and is like, well, I think it's high time we all just had ourselves a good old heart-to-heart. A nice chat, you know? And Dalron nods and turns. Haruki speaks up, but he kind of just like puts his hand up and goes, well, our main concern is why Yoshikino Hazuma has taken such a perchant interest in you. Is it your lineage? The fact that you are directly related to a council member of the Librarium, which kind of like pouts and goes, gotta say, was not expecting that. Go on, Whisper. Let's.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry. She says, did you just, yeah. God, he switched. This, God, that scared me. Mhm. Okay, so she goes, funnily enough, I wasn't expecting that either. But here I am, and that is most likely one reason.
One reason. That implies there's more.
Yes, there is. Can you roll an insight on Whisper?
Okay, sure.
Or, I don't think you need to, actually. Should I just say it?
Sure, yeah, just say it.
Well, my girl's nervous.
We'll roll an insight. Is she nervous or are you nervous?
Yes,
Why are you nervous?
I'm always nervous.
Oh my god, stellar rolls from everyone.
Ah, fuck.
18, 19, natural 20.
Well, who got the nat 20?
Yeah, natural 18, natural 19, natural 20.
God, only going up.
I'm going to post in the Discord really quick. You see Dalron's face kind of soften for a moment as he kind of takes a step back as he's approached you twice, speaking out, and just kind of like takes a step back. And then he does so, like, Haruki kind of steps up to him and kind of puts a hand on his arm and goes like, Dal. And he goes like, I know. We have had to deal with Lieutenant Captain Yoshikino Hazuma's interceptive eye for a while now, and your group's antics last night have caused that to broaden. And from what I understand, he has taken a particular interest in you, and it's important for us to understand why that is. You may also roll an insight on him if you'd like.
Insight. Where is it? There we go. Oh, I rolled 2. It was 10.
10. He is clearly trying to distinguish if you are friend or foe. Also, we are going to discuss the secret part of you, and then we're going to go back to the group so that they can hear the rest of the conversation. Otherwise, that's not fair.
Okay. Well, she kind of looks at Gray for a second, and then takes. She looks at Gray for a second. She takes a deep breath.
He just nods at you.
Yeah. She takes a deep breath, and I wrote this flavor down. They watch as, like, dropping drops of water into a concentrated ball of watercolor, but the green and teal and blue of her eyes just starts to, like, dissipate from her eyes, and zip pulls to the bottom and then, like, just kind of flows down. slowly, like as it rolls down, as the color rolls down her face, it like just slowly starts turning clear, and she just casually just wipes it off.
And to be clear, this was just your eyes and like as if a tear was rolling down your cheek.
Yes, just her eyes.
All right, time to roll a bunch of disadvantage rolls.
Oh shit.
Good job. Okay, this is fitting. You can see that, like, Dalaran peers at you, and Gray knows what's up already. He knows your identity, your racial identity. Dalaran, I need Eon. Dalaran peers at you kind of with a look on his face of, like, don't really know what you're doing, because it's a magic trick. But before he opens his mouth to say anything, but before he gets to say anything, Haruki from behind goes, "You're a changeling."
Whisper kind of like her gaze turns to Haruki and she goes, "Yes, yes, I am."
And you hear Gray come up. Imagine, imagine my surprise. Do you react in any way? Haruki. Mm-hmm.
Light, like her eyes trail back to him, which I don't think they can tell because they're just white. But he can feel that she's looking at him. And there's slight frustration still.
Haruki also shoots him like a nasty glance. Changeling. Damn it, my fucking heater. Hold on. Changeling. Actually, now I will roll for him normal. I'm sorry. I don't follow. Is it illusions or? He's lost.
Okay. So, from the knowledge that I have, yeah, she's just. Okay, I'm just gonna say from what I know, from what you have told me, she's not exactly a creature from these lands. My kind hails from the sheath. That's how you say it, right?
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah. This one he doesn't have to roll for. He knows that. You're Faye. And Haruki pipes up. Yeah. Changelings are ancient creatures, often thought lost, forgotten. What are you doing here?
Does she mean here like the city, or here like this plane?
Why are you asking me?
Okay. She looks at Haruki and she's like, this plane, or kind of, yeah, she's like, this plane, or
Like gestures up to the surface above you.
kind of juts her head upwards.
She just like shrugs and goes, both. Like, why is it you've come to the material plane, and what brings you here?
the material plane. I'm afraid that's something that I also don't.
Roll me persuasion.
Know. 21.
Roll me insight.
10.
Okay. Continue as you were saying.
Yes. And she continues on. She's like, to the city. Well, Vince told me to seek him out here.
Vincent Inanis.
She nods.
And Gray's like, did I catch myself into a mess or what? They just, neither of them even paid in mind, and Dalaran continues on. Actually, no, he doesn't. Haruhi pipes up. Is he also, and she kind of gestures, like, up and down on you?
No, he's not. We're not biologically related.
Oh, well, that explains why you didn't pick up his natural I mean, you decided to go your own direction.
She gave her a look when she said that.
Roll intimidation. And above game, I'm going to ask you, is there anything else you wish to discuss particularly about your changeling status out loud? Because if we're ready to switch over to terms like your condition, I will switch us back to stage.
Okay. No, not really. There's not much else to say, or that she'd like to say.
Alright, in that case, we'll continue the conversation.
Okay, how did she react to the intimidation?
I will describe it in the game.
Okay, stop talking about them in the back.
Stop talking about cats.
Ha 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 ha.
Howdy, boys.
Hi.
Hello there.
The scene
Good
is
day.
not quite done, but we figured once the particular sensitive topics were discussed, we can continue including you in the conversation.
Thanks.
So the team's still playing? Should we do the mute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the I don't understand how Discord works sometimes. Alrighty. Thanks, Groovy, for coming in super loud all the time. Anyway. Yeah, after like accidentally scathing quip about your relationship with your father and you shooting her a look, she shrinks back a bit.
Okay.
Well, don't fall silent. Don't fall silent now.
She starts dying. Yeah. So she kind of, after shooting her a look, in her shrinking back, she kind of just generally looks at everybody, and she's just like, well, you have my information. Can I ask about your particular situation?
roll me another insight.
Insight. There's so many of these today.
You can stay with your 10 if you'd like.
No.
Probably
I
should have.
should've. Wait.
Are you thinking of using that inspiration you earned from guessing my shittily drawn hand map?
Yes. We're gonna pray this is a better roll.
You can always shift it to that 13, or you can reroll.
I'm gonna chance it. Damn it!
Well, mark it off.
Wasted.
Mark it off your sheet. Dalaran. I'm sure you will. Dalaran and Haruki both be quiet, like kind of fall silent, and you just sat there in awkwardness until Gray goes, "Hey, come on, guys. I'm telling you, she's good. At least give her something. We all owe her that much. We all owe her that much." And Dalaran and Haruki look to each other for a moment, and then kind of nods, and Dalaran turns around to you and goes, "What is it that you'd want to know?"
Look, well, seeing as you know why I am a person in interest of sorts, why are you? Yeah, she's like, seeing as I am a person of interest of sorts, and why are you?
When you say "why are you," who do you ask?
It's a general look at both Dalaran and Haruki, but her eyes are... Yeah, her eyes kind of trail a little more to Haruki for a second.
So it's Dalaran and Haruki, yeah? But more Haruki?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dalaran shrugs, and as your eyes trail to her, he instinctively kind of moves himself a little bit between the two of you, and kind of just goes, well, I will tell you this, and kind of turns to Haruki. We're not persons of interest. His interest lies in Haruki, and I am just a thorn in his side regarding her, and Gray is a further thorn in his side regarding me. And like that, we've ended up a happy, though a bit misfortunate family. And they both kind of chuckle. You see him smile, realizing, he cracked a joke and made everyone laugh. And then he kind of continues onward and just, yes, but if you're asking why in particular her, let's just say that she is also of particular birth.
Okay.
That okay was quieter than the music.
Oh, damn. Okay. You knew I said okay.
Death to reality is thinking.
Death to reality is thinking, as I am... Can I try and persuade them?
Yeah, by all means. You want to persuade them to give you more information?
Yes.
Roll that persuasion.
You've thrown me through a fucking loop, sir. I'd like a bit more of an explanation. 13. Why so many?
You kind of plead to them, kind of like say quietly, kind of gesture like, well, can I get some more? And you see them not even pay attention, and you kind of pipe in and be like, what particular kind of special birth? And they both turn around to you, and Don goes, apologies, your secret is safe with us, and I will have a few more questions to you about your situation, but I'm afraid we can't tell you that yet. I'm afraid we can't tell you more than that. At least, not yet.
Okay.
You may ask, why not yet, or push further, or pursue a different line of inquiry if you'd like.
Yeah, she's gonna. Okay, yeah, she's gonna inquire. Like, why not yet?
This is technically a different form of conversation. Go ahead and roll me another persuasion check.
Persuasion. 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 Never mind. Fuck it. Anyway.
Alright. It's gonna turn around to you, and at this time, Haruki was about to speak up, but he kind of like steps in and goes, turns around and goes, sorry, at this time, as he turns back to you, we don't know if it's best if you know this, for you to know what's happening or for you to stay in the dark. And Gray actually chimes up and goes like, hey, that's not what we discussed. And Donald will turn around to him and is like, listen, we don't know how much she knows. Sorry, no offense, but you can tell us, but in fact, go ahead and roll me an insight check really quick.
I was about to ask.
18. He's tripping over his words. He's obviously conflicted about this. There's no animosity or hostility towards you. He is just, his brain is working like 10 miles a minute right now. And is going a mile a minute right now. And it's just like thinking, it's just like, we don't know how much she knows. And on top of that, we don't know how much she should know. Perhaps her being less involved is better for her. Not everyone has to live the life we live, Gray. And Gray's gonna go, and Gray goes, yeah, but we agreed that we're going to bring her on the fold. She told us what she is, and yeah, I forced her hand on it, but it's only right. And he's like, I'm trying not to let my feelings get the better of me, and I think you can do the same, Gray. And the tensions are rising between the two of them.
Oh shit. Okay.
As you think for just 5 seconds, it is hot in here. I have returned.
Okay. Well, since tensions are rising right now, and no fights, please. No violence. She goes like, you can tell me at a later time if you wish. Fine. I can wait.
Gray sighs, and followed by Dalaran, and he turns around to you with an apologetic look on his face and goes, how much of what happened that night in the interrogation room, how much of what happened do you know happened?
Quite literally nothing. I'm actually rather confused.
In that case, what did you and I assume Yoshikino Hazama interviewed you himself?
He did pop into the room, unfortunately.
I can only imagine. He popped into mine too. While I may just be a cadet, he knows that despite his efforts to, well, not even efforts to keep it otherwise, efforts of extortion by keeping otherwise, I'm on the high track of joining the Librarium, becoming a citizen of the Librarium. And shortly after that, a member of the Guard. So, he didn't get too far with me. Arky, thanks to the assistance of a couple of your friends as well, was spared an opportunity of interrogation for him. Now, what did you two talk about?
I don't know how to explain the expression that she makes of just like clearly it was not pleasant for her, but not for the not it's
Again, if you don't have the words to roleplay, you can just convey the expressions and also say if you hide or give any information. I will push you to hurry up a little bit, even if you can't find the words, just go more abstract.
I learned something new.
They all give you the look of elaborate.
Yep. Saw that coming. As it stood before, I had no knowledge of the nature of Vincent's the nature of Vincent's standing in these lands, and now I do.
Looks like the kid's late to her own party. We all got here before she did. Says Gray. Fuck, my voice is failing me. Says Gray. And Haruki nods. I thought it was weird that you spoke about your father and, well, such humbleness. He's been the... Fuck, hold on. Checking my notes.
I'm getting prepared to add things to my notes.
Excuse me, choking.
Oh.
Need me a drink.
That was loud.
Alright. Better. So, and I lost my train. Oh, yeah. I think you might not know this. And she steps forward, and Dalaran doesn't stop her or anything. She's just like, looks at Dalaran. If Hazuma did not tell her this, then it's probably best we provide her any information about herself that he had chosen to omit. Kind of pouting. There's like a little bit of pouting in her voice. And she goes like, your father is the director, is the prime emissary, and the new the recent prime emissary, and the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of the NOL, both military and academic wise.
She kind of nods. They can roll an insight on her.
Go ahead and tell the people at home and at the table what you're feeling, but I will roll for them to see if they know.
Okay, well, there's a frustration and a look of just God damn it across her face.
That's not all, Gray says. As he pulls out the 2 bottles he previously purchased at the Roving Tar, comes in with 4 glasses in his hand, walks up to you. Walks up to Dalaran, hands one. He's like, I don't know. He's like, drink. And Dalaran just nods and takes the glass. He pours it full of wine, gives it to Haruki, pulls it full of wine, and then walks to you, hands you a glass, and holds up the 2 bottles.
What did the 2 bottles say?
They say nothing. But the wine is a familiar, albeit a better variety of wine that you received yourself from the humble establishment, and the other is a bottle of scuffed, worn glass with a sloshing brown liquid inside.
Which one did the other 2 choose?
Dalaran has the brown liquid in his glass, and Haruki has the red.
Red.
All right. He's like, huh? Oh no, Dalaran also chose the wine at first. Yeah, he chose the wine. They both have the red, what you can assume is wine.
Red.
Okay. He just shrugs very well and fills your glass up with the wine. Doesn't have anything. Does not hand a glass to Ragna. And he goes like, well, I guess I'm the only one. And then he takes the brown liquid bottle, pops it with his teeth on the cork, and just takes a swig and goes, ugh, get what you paid for. And from his pack, he will then curtsy. He starts rummaging his pack. Oh yeah, that's right. Now that that's set up. Yeah, that's not the only thing. He kind of looks over his shoulder to you. He's also involved to probably a greater extent in the research and development department, as well as the general arcane institutions. But I think the latter one kind of shifts something in the bag is something you've already expected.
Still the expression of God. The light frustration.
I can tell you're confused. This must be a lot for you. And I hope you understand the precautions we've had to take. Again, this isn't personal, it's just a matter of importance for us as much as it is you. I imagine if the tables were turned, you would also you would be skeptical and cautious. Is there, before I ask you if there's any questions you want to ask us, is there anything else, any other reason you think that this man that Yoshiki no Hazuma has taken an interest in you? I mean, your secret is safe with us, and your father's identity, I'm sure, is some reason for that man to be interested. But is there anything else? I already asked her everything. She didn't tell me. Maybe she'll tell you. And he kind of flashes you a smile. In his hands, Gray holds like 2 big rugs, and he hands one to Daron. He nods and starts putting it on the furs, not rugs, furs. But starts putting it on the ground, and then he walks up to you, flashes you another smile, and then throws him onto the ground. Plops down. Ragna comes next to him, and he just looks at you. And yeah, and he goes, and he just looks at you.
Is there space for me to sit on that?
There is plenty of space for you to sit next to him on the rug. Almost intentionally so.
Well, here I go.
Okay, and you sit down. And he goes, alright, and he kind of does his hand, like he does this panning motion with his hand around the room with the little fairy lights. And he goes, alright, the set is staged, the stage is set, and we should probably expedite our conversation because we probably don't have too much more time.
Okay.
But no, seriously, Whisper. Is there anything else you haven't told us?
No. I've told you everything I know.
They kind of look to each other. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to let your inside roll over and just say, like, there's a level of perturbance. Like, damn it, they know there's more to this, but they're frustrated not with you, but they understand that if you're, they believe you. Well, are you telling the truth or are you lying?
I'm telling the truth.
Okay. There's nothing you need to roll a deception check for?
Nope.
Okay. So, and they all look at each other, and Darren kind of scratches his head. Yeah, well, Gray's right. If you have any questions, ask him now before they come here.
Okay. What happened that night? Was her first question.
What happened that night?
Like, what? Why? Well, okay, let me start over. Arias.
You see Dalaron's expression grim. Or turn into a grimace, I guess. Hi. Hello. He unleashed a lightning breath attack on the middle of a duel, breaking both sacred ground, breaking both sacred traditions, as well as injuring a bunch of people that night. And if it wasn't for Naragans and, quite frankly, your friend and Haruhi pops up, and not just Naragan, but your Lorelei, your friends. I think she has your name, Lorelei. If she doesn't, she will not use it. She'll address you. Together, they were able to save her and keep her alive and bring her back.
Okay. But, so she's like, oh, from what I have heard, kind of glances at Gray again for a second. His actions seem to have affected you all in some way.
Go ahead and, for the sake of brevity, because you're pushing on that topic again, go ahead and roll me one more persuasion check. But this will probably be your last.
Cool. 17.
17. Way to bring it back from that nat 1. And Gray just takes a swig of the bottle and goes, come on, Del. You gotta give her something. It's only fair. He nods and You... Again, I don't know how much I want to go into, but if I were you, I thank you for being open with us, but I would keep my cards very close to my chest with that one.
Okay.
If you choose to travel with him, you may. But let's just say that I will not bring myself or Haruki anywhere near that man. If you wish to continue traveling with him, that's yours. But our business is none of his. And above game, you all have lost Dalaran and Haruki as traveling companions. At this current stage of your relationship, Dalaran and Haruki will not travel with you.
It's not like we're gonna travel anywhere. Sad though.
I mean, if you wanted to like recruit them on quests,
Consequences.
yeah, if you wanted to recruit them on quests and whatnot, they are no longer recruitable at this juncture.
Okay. Well, that's something good to know too. I have pushed on a subject for which they will not tell me. And that's okay. I ask them what's up.
If you want above game, you can ask another question about it. If they will stonewall, they will stonewall. That was me just role playing it out. Is there anything else you want to know about the matter?
I don't think so. They've told me mostly what I know. And I have no way of asking about something else. So.
Okay. In that case, Dalaran's going to turn to you. You're saying there's nothing else, right, for this time being?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dalaran and Gray and Haruki all turn to you at one point in this, like, as you're discussing it. Basically, across that, they will tell you this. I'll roleplay it out. Just, if you will choose to stay and travel with him, keep a close eye on this Audius, as close as he will on you, if not closer. It is gracious, like, God, Dal, don't tell him fucking shit, Whisper. Just trust us on this. I normally don't get myself involved too much, but at the current juncture, your life is yours to choose, and you make plenty of bad decisions. Just look at me. And he just flashes you a smile. And as the smile fades, as he brings the bottle up to his mouth, I would be careful with who you talk to and about what. Whether it's by his choice or not, Hazama has his ear in one way or another. And Darrow nods, which is why he will forgive us, but we're going to be keeping our distance. But, anyway, Gray goes, that being said, I'm glad that you two decided to listen to me, as he leans on the rug, kind of like leaning Buddha style. They were ready to pack things up last night and hit the trail. God, Dalaran, you are such a drama queen. It's like, well, you can't see in the light, but you can imagine that if you could see someone blushing in this darkness, you would see Dalaran doing stuff. It's like, well, it seemed like the best and quickest course of action. Right. We're going to be staying in Tent Town. As long as we keep doing what we did every single day and nothing out of the ordinary, They have nothing they can say, pin, or do on us. Haraki's going to continue working in the food line. Dalron's going to be the good cadet that he is, and I'm going to be the layabout lout that I am. That way, as long as things appear normal, things will continue that way, and I recommend you to do so as well. And he turns to you, and as he says this, you hear from the corridor, that winding cavernous pathway, you hear, Gah! And like, as if on clockwork, here's our cue. He points down the hallway. Do you do anything when you hear this?
Head just snaps in that direction. What? What?
Is that you just look down the caravan? Yep, you look down the caravan.
Her head snaps down.
Yep. You can see that Dalron Haraki also, like, you can see him pat her on the knee and just turn around and just... And Gray goes, well, we're on, everyone. Cheers. And he holds the bottle up toward your glass. Do you cheers him?
Okay. Yeah.
You awkwardly clank the bottle as into the room barrels in this just disco fire of, like, pink, blues, greens, yellow, in what should be a black cloak, but is like a technicolor, if like illuminated cloak, very fire. Green Dragonborn, flanked by two shrouded smaller figures. They have not removed their cloak or anything. One of them, you can tell what their other cloaks probably look like because they're perfectly fine. They're still covered in black, but the other smaller figure is also burning, and they're kind of crouching in the corner. And both Dalron and Gray look at him and almost in one voice go like, "Evening, gentlemen. You seem so. Apologies, like evening, gentlemen." And then Gray goes, "Apologies. We've stumbled upon this spot first." And the figure goes, "Blasted magics! Turn them off for me right now!" "Oh, well, you see," and Gray stands up. "Of course. Here you go. Let me do that for you." And he just snaps his fingers, and the fairy fire turns off for both of them. "Apologies for that little trick. You see, we're on a double date on this fine evening, and we didn't want to be disturbed by, well, the very same way you're disturbing right now." Do you say anything, or you just keep going?
Silently sips wine in confusion, but going along with it.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check at advantage.
Deception. 9.
9.
Jeez.
You don't seem very comfortable sitting in the cavernous of thieves and thugs. Well, we have our furs and we have our drinks. There doesn't seem to be the problem, Mr. Go ahead and roll me a perception check really quick, and we'll be wrapping up here very shortly, everyone. Ooh, very good. Almost a nat 20. 20. You notice, as you look him down, now that the fairy fire is gone and your dark vision adjusts, his cloak is pitch black as all of theirs, and they all have, it's not super flashy, but you see it on him as he pushes his cloak down when he was patting himself away from the fairy fire, not fully understanding its effects. A symbol of a book, emerald green, on a jet black obsidian satch with the green letters of NOL on it. We are conducting an investigation of the area, and we find it peculiar that you are here. And Dalron stands up, calmly, slowly, procures his own cadet badge. "What seems to be the issue, fellow officer?" "You're no officer, Cadet Odoreth." "Ah, so you've heard of me." "Oh, I'm glad and a little flattered. But I assume that if you know me by name, then you know that I was the one who cleared out this location mere days ago. What investigation exactly are you here to, well, conduct?
This is above your pay grade.
Yes, I'm positive that the members of the information department fly higher than a mere cadet, but do you feel the same as Vice Captain... Sorry. Ah, damn it. I forgot the rank. Do you feel the same way would apply to First Lieutenant and Vice Captain Baradora? Almost lost my own name there. And the Green Dragonborn sneers at him. Right. If you feel so strongly and we've broken some new Librarium law that I wasn't aware of, by all means, please, you may... I will assist you in exiting us and providing all the necessary information. We will all comply. First Lieutenant, Vice Captain... I have his name. I fucked it up. I'm gonna get it for you. Please close my 17 other windows. Jesus fuck. Where is your token? Bardora. First Lieutenant, Vice Captain Bardora. You are very much the notes guy. You're good. Alrighty. I'll be happy to assist you in making sure that we all come in quietly. But, that being said, sir, under this conversation, do you still feel there are grounds for arrest? And the Green Dragonborn turns to you, Whisper, as one of the smaller figures inch toward you, and you understand this in a very broken way. In Draconic goes,
"Is that the girl?"
To which the smaller figure nods, and he goes like,
"You!"
And he points to you, Whisper.
"And what are you doing here, uncomfortable lady?"
Did you just call me uncomfortable lady?
Yes.
Motherfucker. Anyway. Well, as he said, we were on a double date when you so rudely interrupted.
Deception.
Do tell me how you saw the crowd.
12.
Well,
Kind of nods at you.
A likely story.
Again. Excuse me, Daron goes. I will ask once more, is there a violation here, or has this not really gone the way you planned? I'll put it this way. The guards you have summoned hoping that for whatever was happening here, when they arrive here, will they collaborate with you, and will you have an official report to arrest us, or are we free to continue enjoying our lovely, damp, dark evening? I'm gonna roll something really quick. Alright. And one of the original one that was in dark, you can hear the clink of metal under his cloak as everyone kind of turns and kind of moves their hands toward their military belongings. And the Green Dragonborn throws his hand out.
Thank you for complying with the investigation, Cadet Odoreth. I'll be sure to report it to my superiors.
And you see this disgusting smile flashed as he picks his cloak back up, and they all depart.
Okay.
Gray turns around and goes, well, that was... you're getting better at this, Dalaran. If I would know better, I was rubbing off on you. And Dalaran just goes, oh god, please not that. Anything but that. And Both of them laugh, and Haruki chuckles too, and Gray just juts you with his leg and's like, "You did alright, kid. They're not going to be coming around sniffing here anymore tonight."
That was a situation.
Nothing that you don't learn how to handle.
Kind of nods. And I get it, but not really.
Yep, fair enough. And is there anything else you want to say at this scene? Because if not, you guys will continue to kind of enjoy your bottle of wine until 2 out of 3 of you decide that this is not worth drinking anymore. It's not very good. It's very sweet, not balanced a little bit, very vinegary bite at the end. Yeah, you guys will start making your way back to your respective areas.
Yep.
Anything else?
No.
Excellent. Where are you spending the night, Whisper?
Me?
You.
Sorry to talk.
I know Gray's character well enough to say that he would definitely remind you that you technically have a room paid for tonight. You can always get your own room. You have your tent set up.
You do technically have a room paid for tonight. I'm gonna go to that room.
You go with
The
Gray?
technically paid. Yeah, I'm going with Gray. The technically paid for room.
Alright, you go off with Gray, and you guys walk back to the Friendly Arm Inn, chatting about a couple of other stuff, and trying to keep up appearances that things have been a lovely evening, a nice double date in the damp caverns underneath the docks, and eventually you guys get to the Friendly Arm, you all part ways, and Darwin will look at you again before leaving and just heed our warnings, Whisper. Be wary of your friends, but also take care of the ones that are true to you.
I'll keep that in mind.
And very quietly, almost sheepishly, Haruki would chime in, be like, "Have a good night, bye," and just they will walk away. And Gray will usher you to his room for nightly happenings that we won't delve into. Though you're welcome to roll me athletics or acrobatics again. In the meantime.
Isn't it Constitution and then Charisma?
It depends on the partner. Gray's particular build and virality would require a more athletic or acrobatic approach. Something of physical strength, endurance, or dexterity, flexibilities.
Strength, endurance, Constitution.
Strength? Whisper, you gonna roll athletics or acrobatics for me?
Later.
No, I need it now to know what nightly effects affect you. Very good.
Nightly happening.
Now the question is, how much of your sleep are you willing to burn? Because by the time you get back, you are already close to being very tired.
Won't be very tired for long.
Alright, roll me a constitution save.
Damn it. I'm not good at these. See?
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't pull my first ever DM. Please don't.
What, give her exhaustion?
No.
Are you okay, Elias? What dark memories have resurfaced for you? the dark timeline.
Silence speaks. That
Whisper, you did very well. So well that you have lost track of time in your nightly embrace and have been occupied into the night, resulting in you not getting a full night's rest and unfortunately resulting in you getting a point of exhaustion.
Okay. I can live with this.
However, like Setsi, you now have a +1 to your dexterity checks and saves for the next 24 hours. And with that, everyone retires for the night. Some more so, well, some much less so than others. And you all awaken to the morning.
Yay, long rest. I can heal.
Yes, everyone heal all your points, all your HPs, all your spell slots. You have been fully invigorated, except this one, points to Whisper.
Worth it.
And
we're about to go on a quest. Why did you do this?
They never said we had to go the very next day.
All right, downstairs after ablutions, having breakfast at the table, waiting for the gang to gather.
I was about to say, Garnet, you will almost certainly be the first to awaken. Definitely the first to the friendly arm, as it's a 3 flight stairs down. 3 flights downstairs. Yeah, you wake up, you do your daily routine. Is there anything differently you do this morning?
For the sake of brevity, no.
Okay. And you stay your line in the bathhouse, you brush up, you grab your belongings, and you come downstairs, fully equipped, all things on you, key in hand. Is there
Get herself a simple breakfast, and sit down at a table with enough space for everybody else to join, and shall wait as patient as she can.
All right. Anything in particular you have for breakfast?
Whatever humble soup would be there, especially if there's fish.
All right. They offer you like a clam chowder for breakfast if you want something dense and filling.
Done.
All right. Bowl of clam chowder with a loaf of bread.
How much will that cost?
A copper.
Done.
Well, if you're getting a full loaf or a half loaf?
Half loaf, because bread makes you fat. 2, clam chowder's already filling.
Bread makes you fat. Bread makes you fat? So, you await the party's attention. Soren, I will say that you are the first to rise within the tents. How do you do? Hi. Oh, you're hitting your microphone's getting a lot of bad feedback again, Soren.
I didn't know this was the 1940s. I didn't know we were sending Morse code.
What about now?
Nope, still pretty bad. Do whatever you did when we were on the phone on Wednesday. And he's gone. Do whatever you did when we tested this on Monday.
What about now?
And you're good. What are you doing this morning? This overcasted, cold, damp morning.
Stretching. You know, doing some warm ups, things like that.
Excellent. You start doing your sun salutations with no sun to salute, stretching, some warm-ups. I'll say that unless you're particularly keen on waking up early, you wouldn't have enough time for downtime. And, Adias, have you tried to slink away in the night, by the way? Or does Elias have reason to keep an ear out for you?
No.
Forgot about that for a second there. Alrighty then. Yeah. You are awakened to the pitter-pattering and stomping of little footsies, of bird feetsies. Not too far from you, Soren does like little jogs, like jogging in place and stretches and push-ups and things like that. And your eyes crack open. By the way, as both of you... actually, Adius, roll me a constitution save.
Uh-oh.
What?
Con save, man.
Where is con? It's the first one.
It's your favorite stat. 19. You awaken in a fog. When you open your tent, you notice that when you open your tent, you notice that a fog has rolled in. There's a thick fog on the ground, and that's the reason why you woke up slightly feeling humid and chilled. Adius, you wake up cold. Your bedroll is, for lack of a better word, moist. And you actually have a bit of a chill, but nothing you think you can't shake off as you wake up. Do you do anything as Soren is working out near you or no?
Oh.
No? Cool.
Yeah, I have an idea. I'll first of all say, good morning, Soren. I am going for a walk. I'll see you at the Fendi Arm. I'm going for a walk.
Elias, roll me perception.
7.
I don't know. Adius, roll me stealth, I guess.
Disadvantage because you have heavy armor.
Question.
Answer.
Wouldn't I be the first one awake because I tranced?
You're an elf. And is it this... Lorelei, what are you doing, you lovely blue elf you, as you awaken before any of this happens? And you greet the soft sun.
Do I see any stars?
As you wake up in early morning that could be argued is still night, you open your tent flap and poke your head out. You notice that not only is the sky full of clouds and fully overcast, the ground is as well. As you step out into the night, into the early morning, your feet actually disperse the fog around it. There are no stars. The visibility is super low. You can't really... Roll me a perception check, just to kind of get a lay of the land.
Okay.
8. Can't see shit, Jack.
Well, I think it's a fairly thick fog,
It's very, yeah.
especially with it being this early in the morning.
Indeed.
I'm just gonna
You have a good 2...
read.
Yeah, you have a good 2-4 hours before other people wake up, so what would you like to do?
I would like to read for a few hours, and then when it's a little more quote unquote socially acceptable to wake up, get the campfire going and start like making breakfast.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a survival check real quick. Elves trance for 4 or 6 hours. Can you remind me, please?
4.
4.
4.
All right. You'll have 4 hours to work with. Do you... Ooh.
Yeah.
Never mind. You get it. In that case, with that natural 20 survival, I'm going to actually...
Damn.
I'm going to dip 3 hours into reading. What do you read?
need edible plants.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Like I brush up on the edible plants in the area.
Excellent. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. DC 10 because you're giving this 3 hours. 22. Give me a high or low. Lorelai?
He's dead, Jim.
Oh no. Lorelai. High or low?
Hi.
Alright.
Hi.
Yeah. Unfortunately. You go ahead and write down 1 point of progression for gaining expertise in nature, since I assume you have proficiency in nature?
Proficiency in survival, yes.
Proficiency survival. Do you have proficiency in nature?
Is nature a stat?
Yeah, it's a different skill. That makes me feel like no.
Oh, yes.
You do? Okay, excellent.
Yes. And no, I am not proficient in nature.
Okay.
Ironically
You said
enough.
you're reading something about edible plants, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you may put a point into gaining proficiency with nature or a point into gaining expertise with survival.
In nature.
Okay, write that down on your sheet. And as you do so, you read for a few hours under a soft torchlight that you set up for yourself in your tent, kind of open a flap to let the smoke come out the back. You close the book and realize that your companions will be waking up soon, so you stretch your legs and you go to the local brush to see if you can make way through the fog. It's humidity bothering you very little as you yourself are. In fact, it's actually very pleasant on you. This is like a delightful day for you. It's combining the pleasures of a spring day with the joys of swimming in a body of water. Minus the, full body satisfaction. But the sensation of hydration and refreshment is just putting a pep in your step. And as you search around the brush, you notice that maybe it was this fog that rolled in, or maybe it was just spring season's coming. You managed to locate a good number of fresh, youngish mushrooms around the base of trees not too far from your camp, as well as an entire bush of raspberries that seems to now be ripening if you wish to pick it.
I do.
Alrighty. You handily pick it, and where's my dice roller? You gain 4 rations.
Nice.
You come back, you have to take off a piece of your cloth, kind of like your cape or your shawl that you wear, and it is now full of all sorts of mushrooms, with one of the little divots of mushrooms kind of filled with raspberries.
Very nice, very nice.
Indeed. You find a forest fish. It's actually a type of mushroom. It's kind of like an ear mushroom. It's very big. You can roast it over a fire, and its flavors are known to be umami and reminiscent of a marine fish. It is the size of your forearm.
Well, guess what's getting roasted over a fire?
Yeah, it makes sense. And as you turn your corner, as you get to the tents, you don't see anyone yet, but as you kind of round it, you see Soren kind of working out, doing push-ups, and you hear a groggy voice come from beyond the tents. Good morning, Soren. It's Arius's voice.
Hear that. Good morning, Arius. Good morning, Soren.
You're awake.
I've been awake. I'm an elf. I don't sleep that long.
I see you went foraging.
I did. I found this. I hold up the big ass mushroom. I was like, I plan on roasting this over a fire, gives very savory flavors, and it kind of tastes like fish when roasted.
Fish. That's weird.
And I also found a bunch of raspberries.
Not sure how I'm not sure how those kind of flavors will work together, but separately they each sound nice.
Elias, at this point, your eyes have been slowly opening, if not open yet, and you're hearing this conversation as your companions have roused in the morning. And if anyone has ever traveled with friends who just openly speak when you're sleeping in the living room couch, that is the effect you're having right now.
Elias kind of like pokes his head out very slowly, like not even caring about opening the tent door. Just his face opens the door. He's like, "Did you say you haven't had raspberry and steak? Raspberry and fish, excuse me. I'm tired."
More well, good mor- well, good morning to you as well.
Good morning. He kind of like steps out. He's not wearing his armor today. He's just gonna wear fine clothes.
Oh, you're wearing fine clothes today. Okay. I thought you were gonna come out like in just like slack pants, like potato sack pants, and just shirtless, just flexing your scaly muscles.
Wearing pajama pants and no shirt.
Yeah.
Top. No, Maker wears a white tank top and blue.
Completely nude.
Buck naked. And if anyone knows the snake anatomy, anyway,
Yeah.
you come out in you come out in a white tank top and blue boxer briefs because you're that kind of dude.
No.
So you poke your head out. I want everyone to roll me a nature check, by the way, when Lorelai is talking about this.
Add up. I don't know nature.
Nature.
That includes Soren and
Anybody,
Lorelai. Yep, Sorelai and Lorelai. I gave you the forest fish mushroom, but 4 dice. 7.
Nature, man.
Wow, you guys suck at this. Lorelai, your move. 14. Lorelai, this is the forest fish mushroom, not to be confused with the forest fish monster that is basically a trout or a gupper or dangerously a gupper on like lizard legs, on like little like scaly legs.
Fish with legs.
Mushroom, didn't I?
No, you got the mushroom, which is not to be confused with the forest fish monster. Basically, it is a fish with legs.
Genius. I thought I called it a mushroom.
No, it is a mushroom. There is a mushroom. That's also
Okay.
called the forest fish.
Okay.
You specifically remember reading about this in another chapter, something you've read back in Candlekeep, reminiscent to how you were thinking about this when you picked this mushroom. How you thought back to when you were at the quest board and your solitary days and eves in the keep's long, narrow library halls. The smell of old parchment and wax and oiled book covers filling the air, the candlelight oil burning, also stimulating your senses whenever one goes out. You remember thinking about you remember also reading about accounts on people's hiking, especially as you became close to leaving the keep for your adventure, and how many a poor rangers or hikers would make accounts of this area is filled with forest fish and not specifying whether it was the mushroom or the monster. And for those that were monster filled but attracted people who were thinking mushrooms, well, they met gruesome ends.
What does
Yes.
get with the 17?
You rolled medicine 17. Well, shit.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought you
That was an
rolled.
excellent
Oh, did my phone just fucking die? Great. Fantastic. Yes, this is the best. 1 second.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was my fault.
I was the one who made your phone die. I'm sorry. That's beautiful.
Alright, I'm back.
Hi.
Nope, haven't unmuted. Okay, now I'm back. Hello. Apologies. I did not realize your first two rolls were medicines. I thought you'd get a 7. With a 17, damn it, I kind of blew my load, forgive the term, on Lorelai's explanation. With a 17, you know all that, and in fact, I'm just going to give you that. You've also heard of this creature, forest fish. You know that the trout kind are smaller, agile, and they kind of run around and nip at their prey and sometimes swarm them. The grouper ones are much larger, and especially if you're small, medium creatures, they tend to be able to put up a good fight, but smaller creatures, if you're small, in game terms, if you're a small creature or smaller, they tend to prey on those and just gulp them in with one bite, kind of like pelicans.
Oh. Dal Alt is dead.
Dal Alt is dead, for Dalt Phone is also dead.
May Daldalt rest in peace.
He shall return. Dalteron shall return in the next Avengers movie. But yeah, you have this. Yeah, you have this forest bounty in your hands. Soren and Lorelai, you're actually aware of the creature that goes by the same name, and you all stand there. You all notice at this point, as Lorelai moves toward the fire, that there is in fact a campfire lit. Arias, you think that might be the reason why you didn't catch a deathly chill that night? Do you guys just eat, or is there anything you would like to discuss with each other before you continue on your ways wherever you may go?
I can't really think of anything for now.
I just eat, feed Nirvana, and get ready to go.
Would Nirvana even eat the mushroom?
Not the mushroom, my food that I have, that I eat.
Going to share the mushroom and the raspberries.
Snakes are carnivorous and they don't eat them. But I will eat the mushroom and stuff, but I'm not feeding the snake plant.
I will say for this. I will say. You okay?
It's fine. Continue.
Did Nirvana bite you? I will say this, for the sake of brevity and the simplicity of inventory management, you can consume one of your meat rations, and I will say that you just share it with Nirvana, and that way you only have to write one off.
Okay. Alt is back.
Alrighty. And there also leaves Lorelai, Arias, and Soren. Do you all... Also, question, who prepares the food?
Likely me.
Okay, go ahead and roll me another survival check.
No.
Oh no. Well, you win some, you lose some.
Nah, fuck that. I'm giving you it. No, fuck that. I'm giving you advantage.
No, don't worry. I'm immune to poison.
Ah, yes, the fucking forest fish mushroom, deadly poisonous once charred, becomes a terrible carcinogen. Alrighty, so you cook it up. I'll give you the 17. Just, you rolled a nat 20 on all this stuff. You deserve it, kid. And you cook it all up, and it's actually really nice. That actual smell of like a white fish steak kind of starts filling the air as the mushroom starts to release like oils, and the meat begins to the meat of the mushroom, the flesh of the mushroom kind of begins to become more lean, and immediately you'll understand where its name came from. You save the raspberries for another time. That's a ration in and of itself. And I'll say that the fish trout can feed one entire person for the whole, two entire people for the whole day. You'll have to use the other mushrooms. You have to use the other mushrooms if you want to make another ration for Arias.
I'm gonna step in. I have a medium fish that I've caught 2 days ago.
It's
Yesterday or
just-
2 days ago.
It should still
I'm
be
gonna-
alive.
No, it's still good, but I would much rather cook that now before it gets rotten and I forget about it.
Do it. Cook it up.
I cook it up.
You cook it up. Go ahead. Roll me survival.
Yeah. 9.
Hey, 9. Not bad. You don't fuck it up. It doesn't taste like anything special. You don't have any seasonings or salts, but it's a 9. It's edible. It will feed one person a day. It can feed you for the day if you share it with Nirvana. It'll feed you and Nirvana if you just share it with her.
I'll do that.
Alright, you pop it in. You share. You eat the fish. You go, I don't need no vegetarian substitutes. I have this! And you just produce a limp, beginning to limp fish. And you cook it up. It's edible. You have protection from poisons. Even if you did fuck up, you'll be okay.
Yep.
And you guys enjoy a meal. Lorelai, by the way, the fish mushroom, I'll say it feeds 2 people for the day, and then you have 4 more rations of mushrooms. So, who's eating what for breakfast is what I'm asking.
Soren will go for the mushroom.
Alrighty. Arias, what are you eating?
Well, if Lorelai shares. Oh. Eh.
I
Oh.
was gonna eat the raspberries because that's a ration in and of itself, and I'll give the mushroom
I'll
to
go
you.
for that.
Okay. Lorelai puts on this like piece of bark that is left over from the firewood, this big huge ear like mushroom, and kind of cracks it open in front of you, and the flesh kind of like, well, you know what an ear mushroom looks like. They have those like ripples that kind of tears like fish flesh, and you two enjoy a delicious meal of just whole mushroom. Even just cooked raw, it still tastes very nice, although the flavor becomes a little earthy and umami at certain points. You need to take breaks, but you know that with this half of this big ass mushroom, you can continue like snacking on it all day and you'll be fine. Lorelai, you enjoy the bounty of the raspberry bush and you throw a few handfuls into your mouth until you feel satiated, knowing that you can save the rest for the rest of the day as you travel. And with our tummies full of food and wonder, where do you guys want to go?
Well, to the Friendly Arm Inn, of course.
Alright, you guys go to the Friendly Arm Inn.
But on the way, I would like to look for an outside country mail post thingy.
You can keep an eye on that, but I will have to bring this back to Arias. What would you like to do? For your plans were different in the beginning before your companions reveled in breakfast.
Well, I'd say. I was planning on going to the common area. Maybe there's something related to a mail service. Elias?
That was my thoughts exactly.
Would you like to accompany me?
Yeah, sure, if you're offering.
Well,
Aw. You
What was
guys...
that?
It was him being happy.
Oh. I just heard a noise in my ear. I'm like, is that my chair?
No, fuck you. He went, hooray! And you guys all pack up, put out the fire, take
it
the...
was an open invitation. Did Soren and Lorelai say yes, or are they going to the... Yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but it is a question.
The original plan was to meet at the Friendly Arm, so like I was gonna be going to the Friendly Arm.
Hmm?
I mean, we can always go go to the common after we meet up, because I think it'll be a little cheap if we said we'll all meet up and then half of us leave.
It's a good point. Let's go to the friendly island then.
Any objections, Soren?
I mean, I have to go to the common area as well to check on a commission, but we can do that after the friendly arm.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And you guys all, with this conversation in hand, in mind, you all stay up, put out the fire, take the pieces of wood that can still be used for later, and put them into one of your tents. Grab your belongings and make your way into the throughout the fog. Someone just roll me survival with advantage, because just to traverse the fog and just to see how timelines go. In the meantime,
Not I says the paladin.
all right, 11. Whisper, you awaken in. I'll give you both. That's fine. 11 and 20. Whisper, you awaken in your burgundy and pink heart-shaped bed of the romance suite of the Friendly Arm Inn. You are tired. Though you're not sore.
Even better. Okay. You look next to me. Where's the boy?
Where's the what?
Where's the boy?
He's not there.
Damn you. Anyway.
There is a note.
Before I get upset, we'll look at note.
You look at note. You open the note. It's just it's a 4-way folded piece of paper.
Is it just the fucking piece of paper?
Do you open it?
Yeah.
You open it, on it in writing, in Elvish, actually. It says, you speak Elvish, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says, I'm afraid as the things that were discussed on our lovely double date last night, I need to stick to my usual schedule. So, no point of, I lost the wording. I'm afraid I had to run and meet up with the other two this morning. As we discussed over our lovely double date last night, we need to keep up appearances, and I shouldn't be breaking the usual habits of... And you see there's like ink smudged here. Departing early in the morning from my chambers. Till next time, kid. And that's it.
I would like to know.
Oh, it says P.S. on the bottom. It says, please burn this note. I'm sure you'll want to.
I'm sure. Yeah. I want to try and make out what the smudged part says. I need to know.
Investigation?
Yes. Intimidation. Yep, that's the one. Damn it!
You can't. It's too smeared.
Alright. Well, she's...
You can see like the last letters was a T, and that there's like a symbol there in the middle, but you can't really make it out. You can't tell if it's a number or a symbol.
Okay. Well, that tells me nothing. Is there like a candlelight on or something? Or is it just dark in here?
And there's a candle burning. A large candle that could probably burn for days without burning down.
Okay. Well, goodbye, note.
The note burns and turns to soot. This is a small note. It doesn't leave a lot of ash. You can just dust it off.
Yep. I gotta get up. Okay.
Well, you're already up. Naked.
Yeah,
Your clothes are strewn in boots on the around the bed area. One garment is like across the room. You don't even remember how the fuck it got there.
It was tossed, obviously. Anyway,
Obviously.
collecting my articles of clothing and getting dressed and such.
For the sake of brevity, you are able to, nothing is missing. You regain all your belongings, and you are dressed and fitted within the next 15-20 minutes.
Okay. How'd I go?
Is there anything you wish to do this morning?
There are baths in this building.
There are baths in this place.
There I go.
Alrighty, you go, you bathe, you get a chance to clean your hair. It feels actually really refreshing. Give me a high or low.
Hi.
Womp womp. You bathe, you get to wash the sleep and the night scent off yourself, and
The lack of sleep?
Probably is the lack of sleep. It does not relieve you of the lack of sleep. But you are able, you wash off, and it does feel refreshing, though you're still tired. You obviously have not gotten enough sleep. You dry your hair, return to your quarters, pick up your belongings, and is there anything else you would like to do before heading downstairs?
No.
Alrighty. You head downstairs and quickly notice that there is one garnet sitting at a... For a moment, you get the flashback to the dogs that were sitting up at the large table as Garnet singularly sits there with a small, a little pot bowl of what you can't tell from here, and half a loaf of bread, just looking around, her tail swishing slightly impatiently.
Is she at the dog table?
She's not at the dog table. I said she reminds you of the dogs for a split second of just this one person sitting at a giant 6-person table, an 8-person table.
Also, who said Garnet was impatient?
Oh, okay. I retract that bit. Just sitting there. Eating soup.
Assuming that hours haven't gone by with her sitting at the table and she's still eating breakfast, she wouldn't be impatient yet.
I wouldn't say I would say about an hour has passed. You have finished your meal, and...
In that case, she'd have her hands sort of folded, resting on top of the table, and her tail is slightly swishing a little bit. If it's been a whole hour, then yes.
It's been about an hour.
Then she looks to be slightly impatient.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab breakfast and sit with Garnet.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna grab breakfast, or do they just serve you here? Is that what happens? I think that's what happens.
No, you have to come up and order at the bar.
Going to the bar.
Okay.
I want
Also, you pick up the key, and it still has that, pink heart-shaped end on it, and you take the key from when you left the room, and you go to the bar and ask you, for the sake of brevity, if there's anything particular you want.
Fancy.
You want fancy?
The cheap fancy things.
Cheap fancy is not a concept that exists before the age of modern industry.
What?
In fact, I'd say cheap fancy exists in the last 20 years. But yeah.
Tea and some type of breakfast item.
Okay. Do you care what breakfast item?
Not really.
All right. How much coin you want to drop? 1, 2, or 3 copper?
2. How much copper do I have to burn? 2.
2. You drop 2. You get a fucking mug of tea, like a ceramic mug, and a plate of eggs and frittered potatoes.
A ceramic mug of tea. That won't do. Drops 1 more for a teacup.
They look at you if you want less. They just...
That's funny. No.
They push this copper back to you and just hand you a smaller cup.
I'm keeping the mug, but I need the teacup. There's no other way.
Okay, they nod and they well basically yeah, it's breakfast and they have a lot of things on the ready, so it just comes up in a minute and they hand you a big mug of tea with like a little thread going in there. You assume that it's a tea bag inside, and then they said they'll bring you a small cup over to your table.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Garnet, hi. Over to Garnet I go.
Good morning, Whisper.
Good morning, Garnet.
Garnet, roll me a perception check.
Sure. Perception goes... Blam. 23.
Oh, no.
You know the smell of the baths, Garnet, but you can see that Whisper is tired, and then there's a particularly like faintly, it's very faint, but there's a lingering smell of nightly activities on her.
So upon Whisper sitting down, Garnet will just sort of like...
It hits you like the most subtlest of perfumes.
Garnet will do and likewise Garnet will do a subtle double take, but then she'll just lean forward very slightly towards Whisper and just just like do a light sniff. You can, which is it's not audible, of course, but you can tell that she's doing that because her whiskers move. As she knows everything else.
I just imagine Garnet like leaning over toward Whisper, like, ooh, and then just going. not like, but just.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much. She does that, and then
a little bit.
Realizing what it is, a big smirk creeps across her face as she lifts up her own water cup and replies, "I trust that your nightly business went well then."
I can't believe that she can smell the sex.
She's a cat. Also, canonically, has had sex at least once.
Actually.
Dakota, I remember the... Sorry.
She slowly, takes a sip of the tea.
Your silence speaks volumes. That probably would explain why you look so tired as well. I hope that you will be fine for this job of ours.
I'll be fine. Though I can't say I got much sleep now.
Step, step, step. A little teacup clink gets placed in between the two of you by a small Earth Genasi girl, and she's short. A short young Earth Genasi girl, and she goes, "Enjoy," and then walks away. That wasn't meant to actually interrupt the conversation. I just wanted to give you your teacup.
That's right. Was it with the same man again? Again, massive ass grin.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Ask.
Exactly, just like, so Whisper, you being an honest woman, or you out whoring? That is a joke, listeners. Don't sex shame people. Anyway, moving on.
Whoring.
That wasn't the context in which Garnet was asking it, but if she's going to remain silent, Garnet's going to try and do an insight.
She's just still sipping her tea. She's like, I don't kiss and tell.
In which case, Garnet would like to do an insight.
Go for it.
I like that both girls in our game, not female characters, female players, both knew, got the same read I did. Like, both like, yep, whoring. 11. Well, Whisper, shall you roll?
Same guy.
Yeah.
Above game, what's his name again?
Gray Moonwake.
Damn, I was gonna go with Grey, but I wasn't 100% confident. Okay.
It's okay.
Be confident. His name is a color. Because his personality is such
do
a great.
glean that information from?
Oh my god, I just fell asleep.
Hello.
Hi.
Alright.
Does my 11 glean me the info that it was indeed the same person?
Yes, it does.
And then, so after taking her own sip of the water, she just very slowly and with great poise puts the cup down on the table, and she steeples her fingers, rests her elbows on the table, and then just sort of very slowly leans forward closer to Whisper, regardless of her backing up or not. And then she just whispers, "Grey, is that good, Izzy?"
I'm gonna roll something for him real quick because I didn't roll for him last night.
That one.
Whisper, you remember your first instance and just being blindsided by it? You remember the roll? This time, you came at it with such vigor that you actually took the lead.
Hell yeah.
And Garnet is just looking at you, awaiting a response, and this time her tail is waving behind her with that whole, like a cat is about to pounce on a mouse.
Hardly.
Correct. She goes, yes, is that good? But I have half a mind to say that I was better.
She'll raise her eyebrows at that in a oh kind of thing, and just she'll resume sitting back in her chair normally, and meal probably finished, just enjoying this saucy silence, if you will.
A palpable silence.
I like to imagine we're both just have this type of mischievous grin while we're eating.
Oh, Garnet's already finished, so she's just watching you eat. I do hope that the others show up soon, though.
Be
Yes.
at that moment that we come in.
Yeah. I was waiting to see if Whisper says anything else that continues the conversation to be like, well, would you look at that? Well, speak of the devil and he shall come to ye. Fucking Lorelei, Arius, Elias, and Soren walk through the doors of the friendly Armin. And I realized this is probably not a good voice to end a session on, but it is at this point that we will end our session, as you all see each other from across the way, wave to one another, and the four of them walk toward the two of you. We will close the book on the story for now, and end for the night. Thank you, everyone.
Dun.
Were you out whoring? That was the highlight.
What was the highlight?
To take.
Were you out whoring?
Were you out whoring?
Have to take
Whisper,
a bio
were you
break, so
out
I'll be
earning
right
the
back.
coin?
Okay.
Whisper, were you out earning coin for your body?
Guys,
Sex work is on the board.
prostitution is not good. So is adultery. Don't commit infidelity. That is bad. Viewers, don't do anything what the party does not consume actual life goals. I don't know where I'm going with this PSA.
Did you have a fucking stroke in the middle of that?
Yeah, Train.
Viewers, do whatever you
both
want.
of your arms right now. Can you raise them both up to equal heights?
Yes, they're fine. They're fine.
Also whisper,
Okay.
no, don't cheat. There's no reason. Either be poly or be open, but don't cheat. Fuck you. Don't betray someone's trust like that.
I'm not going to cheat.
Thoughts of Sandora float into your mind.
Not going to cheat. She's hot, but not hot enough.
Oh, I see. She says that after Garnet gets to spend the night with her first.
I don't know, Garnet. How was she?
Nobody has
Wait.
asked Garnet.
No one has. I like Garnet's. I like that Garnet facilitates your inquisitive nature.
I mean, I can play characters which keep things close to their chest, but I find that that's very difficult to do unless if the entire group is of advanced roleplay.
It's true.
Other things can come out.
Sadly, I agree.
Sorry that we didn't get to your conversation, Arias. We're going to pick up probably
I'm
with that.
happy for it.
Okay. The whisper scene has been a conversation that has been in development for 3 sessions now. But we were going to do it solo, but we never got to it, so we would have to assume a lot. And with Arias, your very strong ending. This isn't a critique. You ended last session with a very good provocation. But we couldn't get to the conversation because if all of you guys were like, no, we need to discuss this now, then nothing that me and Whisper have discussed would have been canon.
I want to end this.
Are you okay, Aris?
He has too much information. It's pain.
Just
Your
cuts his...
anxiety has been prolonged.
I would invite us to continue going, but I know a few of our players are getting very tired into this hour.
Yep.
Yeah, looking at the time clock going past midnight, the quality and energy would just start plummeting, I would imagine.
Indeed. I felt like you still had that energy in you, Garnet, and Whisper has entered her own flow, and I wanted you two to meet as the two, those girls of the group, just like getting to meet and talk and dish after. I also love how Garnet now thinks that the reason Whisper denied Arias is to go fuck.
Yep, that's in her head now. So it's
I will
like,
let her think that.
That's right, because I don't think Garnet did.
Anything.
Because I don't think Garnet did well on her insight check on her, right?
What insight
No,
check?
the insight was
11.
11, and the insight was specifically pertaining to who was it that Whisper spent the night with, because that wasn't. Yeah, that was it. Because
No, I mean.
how I read I read insight rolls, the player needs to declare what they are inciting, and only if it was high enough did they get even more information than what they asked about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, yeah.
And so with that successful perception roll, thank you by the way for prompting me to do that. That just led on to her thought process.
She can smell the sex.
She can smell the sex.
She's canonically had sex at least once.
It means she knows.
That you know of.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, yeah, since Garnet passed that, how about you add a point for that?
The point for that.
There's
If she
not.
does enough, she
what?
can smell it without. If she does it enough, she could smell it without even needing to do a check.
You know what? Fuck it. With a 23 Garnet, I was about to say, guys, let's start getting out of the habit of being like, hey DM, end of the session, give us this. But fuck it, this is funny. Garnet, you may write down +1. You've earned a point in progressing at just gaining the feat of knowing what sex smells like.
Okay. I mean, highly.
No. Sensual sense of smell. That is the feat.
Sensual sense of smell. Okay.
Roll
Thank
20.
you, Mr. DM.
Roll 20 comes in, checks on the like all the different servers and stuff. I wonder why this is here. That's not part of the game.
Homebrew.
I like to imagine that when you said she caught the faint scent, I thought of it like how in DNA the guy could like smell the actions of other people.
No.
Garnet, you are the white wolf.
If
Oh
you
man,
smell the action.
I really like the White Wolf. He's a good Black Panther character, honestly.
What the fuck?
I will post a picture of White Wolf right now.
Sure.
Incongruences is not the
Yeah,
same.
So I think it was the Silver Wolf. I think that's
Silver
what
Wolf,
we're
sorry, yes, Silver Wolf. Also, yes,
No,
Soren?
that's BNA. That the Silver Wolf is BNA.
Yeah,
That's
that
what we're
was what
talking
Whisper.
about.
Yeah, that was what Whisper was referencing. Yeah.
Here's White Wolf. Put that in general, I guess.
General.
This was fun, y'all.
Yeah.
Central sense of smell. It's a thing now.
I was in live.
Yeah. Do we want to go off live, y'all?
I don't know.
Maybe go around the. Oh wow, that is a cool looking character. Maybe go around the horn for those who want to, then say our goodbyes, so we don't drag it on.
Yeah, Death to Reality. Where can they find you?
Literally nowhere.
Lies.
Nowhere being a place.
Lies.
No. Stop it. Anyway, nowhere being a place known as Twitter. It is the middle of nowhere. But apparently everybody's there. I'm on Twitter at Death to Reality, but there is a 3 for an E because the name was taken.
Specifically in the reality part.
There you go.
God, Lucas, I know you didn't intended it, but that sounded so fucking condescending.
It did.
I am very suspicious when I
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Garnet, Dakota Down Under, is there anything you would like to plug? A friend or yourself?
Hi, I'm Dakota Down Under. I should be trying to change my YouTube on that, but what do I care to do that because I'm not even uploading content right now. Instead, you should all go to the YouTube Cloud Cuckoo Country, where he leaves reviews and conversations about books and literature subjects. He might not upload a lot, but damn, is it high quality content. So go do that. Get smarter.
Get smarter, get harder,
get hotter.
get hotter.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion on birds and stuff, and he has a bird avatar, so, you know.
I was continuing the theme.
Alrighty.
Well,
And-
Arias, where can we find you? Or anybody else anymore for any more?
Is there anyone else who wants to plug anything?
Next Train 28. You can find me at Twitter at Next Train 28. I just post a bunch of random stuff about me drawing and stuff that happened in my life.
Cool.
Good.
Right on. Next train 28. Anyone else? Excellent.
I don't really stream.
In that case, as always, I have been Dalaran, not the character in the game, although if this ever gets popular, I'm sure I'm going to get so much shit for that. I have been Dalaran Quest. Catch us at twitch.tv/Dalaran Quest. We stream Tuesday nights around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can also find me on my Twitter.
He has one.
15 years of not caving into this shit, only to finally having to succumb because I want to voice act and do it professionally, at least semi-professionally. Yeah, catch me at Twitter. Same handle, Dalaran Quest, twitter.com/DalaranQuest, or just look up Dalaran. My art is currently done by One Death to Reality, with a 3 in the reality instead of an E. And yeah, I have no followers. It is just where I'm going to follow, share, repost, and just drop shit all the time. My Instagram is more curated for beer. My Facebook is personal, and Twitch and YouTube are obvious. But Twitter is just where I'm just gonna post because fuck it. 2 hours into the site, and I have posted my first content, did my first shout out, and already started complaining about Twitter not having an edit button. I think I've had the Twitter experience.
Alrighty then.
And really quick, just to give the most recent shout outs again. Let's see what we got. Omni Malco, Slimefish2, and Nurpledupe. Great name. Thank you so much for the follows, y'all. You're so welcome. here, and I'm glad you guys decided to stick around over this week. Also, from earlier today, RuckDuck7, thank you so much for the sub. 3 months of subscriptions at tier 1. Yeah. Doo, doo, doo. God damn it. How low have I fallen? I've made a Twitter and I just did an air horn sound. But no, thanks again. Hooray! I can finally sub again. Woohoo! Now to wade through the garbage fire that is this next season of anime. It's from our FMK, but they subbed today, and I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Or thank you, guy, person, fella, human ? But yeah, with that, let's call it a sesh, a seshy sesh. Let's do a little raid. Yeah.
DM, I would like to petition that our raid message be +1 towards smell.
+1 towards sensual smells, because we're gonna go raid Distortion Devil.
No, just +1 towards smell. Not sensual smell, +1 towards smell.
Don't be shy.
Give me.
It's about leaving it ambiguous enough to be like, wait, smell towards what?
Yeah, but I also want Distortion Devil to go like +1 to sensual smells. What the